Okay,
Okay,
good.
yeah, it
I think
works.
it's enabled now. Thank you very much. Okay, hello everyone, and thank you for coming early this morning for you. And just it's just 9 o'clock at night for me, so not as late as watching some of the talks yesterday. But it's been wonderful to see some of these ideas and to see some old friends. Yeah, Junichi was a postdoc in Adam Anderson's lab when I was a graduate student, and both Adam and Eve, Professor Eve DeRosa, were mentors of mine in graduate school. So although I can't be there in person, it feels very nice to have this reconnection. So today I would like to speak about the nature of emotion, but not so much just how we would perhaps decode particular emotions in the brain, but the idea that there might be different parts of our feelings or emotions, and the way that those parts come together might have really important implications for mental health. So there's a sort of basic science question of how does the brain encode emotion, but then also the question of if there are multiple processes coming together to create an emotional experience, that there may be important differences in how people construct emotion, even if there are common elements across people. And those differences in construction may help us to understand how that person is thinking and how they're feeling about experiences, and also then how they're functioning in the world. Because, as I think has been mentioned in the past day, emotions seem to have emerged to have important adaptive value to push us towards homeostasis, and then also to push us towards things we need to pass forward our genes, right? Survival and reproduction. So I'm going to give a very simple distinction through most of the talk, and then I want to talk, maybe introduce a few other distinctions towards the end that we've been playing with. The first distinction I want to make is when someone asks you about how you're feeling, there's fundamentally two major streams of information, right? So you can think, in my body right now, what is the feeling tone? Is there a pleasure, a pain, approach, avoidance, sort of visceral experience that we would consider, the raw embodied stuff of emotion. And then, of course, we also have a story, right, or a narrative about how things are going at work or with family or with friends, whether life is turning out as we wanted to or not. And there's a lot of research suggesting that the narrative arc of our lives. So if things have been bad but they're getting better, that actually will lead someone to say that they're feeling better than if things have just stayed okay, or especially better than if things have been okay and are now getting worse. These sort of inflection points. So there's a sort of conceptual representation and a visceral representation that are playing out at the same time. And this is, of course, not a new idea. And there may be many more processes coming together, but at least for this fundamental distinction, there's a very long history since the beginning of Western psychology of thinking about emotions as these visceral responses in the body that are pushing forward into our awareness in order to orient our attention, help constrain how we construct our perception, and then to then influence our behavioral responses. So there's that visceral element from all the way back to William James and earlier. And then, of course, with the maybe preceding Lazarus in 1991, if we go all the way back to early 1990s and or 1900s, and Magda Arnold and predecessors of appraisal theory, we know that people can be quite influenced by the stories they tell. And so the interpretation of a situation also helps to constrain and influence the emotion and help us make sense of these visceral sensations. And as I started the talk, promising we might be able to not easily get at this by asking people directly, tell me about the different parts of your emotional experience, unless they have a lot of training in that sort of introspection. But cognitive neuroscience can maybe jump past having to trust each person to be able to decompose their emotion into some implicit and explicit parts, and look at how emotions are being constructed, and how differences in that construction may determine well-being. So I want to introduce this idea then that if our emotions are supposed to be giving us some sort of cues that are adaptive, but our emotions in some ways are visceral, homeostatic urges are not always adaptive and must be constrained within our what makes sense from a personal set of intentions and values, and also a social context, then we and also just, just because an emotion tells us that we should, run away from something, it might not actually be the best strategy. Trying to approach someone for some reproductive urge might not be the best strategy in the short term. So being able to make sense and also constrain and order our emotional experiences also seems very important. So we could think of mental health or well-being as a situation in which we have a kind of balance between a need for order and meaning and predictability in the world, and also a need for there to be unexpected influences that change what we're doing. So we think that it's time to go to work, but we realize that we have to go to the bathroom really badly. And so that might be surprising, but it's also important for us to change our plans slightly to avoid an accident on the way to work. And you can think of many other situations where something in your senses alerts you to the unexpected and you have to change your plans a little bit, or sometimes you have to change your plans a lot, like an injury or pain, or you see a friend is very, very upset and your priorities have to shift. And the rest of the time, we'd like to know what's going on. So we want to have our sort of life story of prior knowledge that gives us a model for the world going forward. And we also want to not be totally insensitive to the idea that new information is always coming in through our senses. And we want to be able to adapt our life stories and expectations and models to update them to the reality that the world is always changing, both inside our bodies and in the world beyond. So we can think of well-being as a type of balance between these two information streams of emotion. And when there is a give and take, then we have expectations that are often correct, but we're flexible and we're able to alter them in the moment. We tend to be adaptive, relatively healthy people, though everyone has enough of a stressful situation, things can still break down. And this sort of idea of balancing between our prior knowledge and incoming sensation has been very popular in the past 10 or 15 years in some schools of cognitive neuroscience because of the predictive coding model of the brain, which suggests that, again, along the lines of the idea that homeostasis is one of the primary drives of human behavior, that one can break down human motivation as arising from surprise. And surprise being the feeling that incoming information is not matching our model. So we have prior knowledge and we kind of tweak that a little bit for what we know about the upcoming situation. And that creates, a simulated or expected reality. And then we have what actually comes into our senses. And when sensation and this, updated prior knowledge, our expectations for what's supposed to happen right now aren't exactly the same, we experience surprise. And we are intrinsically, the argument is this is the primary source of our motivation in the brain, oriented to reduce this surprise by figuring out how either to update our expectations about the world or to do something in order to get rid of the surprise. So if I have a headache, I might take medicine to remove the pain because that sensation should not be there in my model of how I should feel. Right. At other times, I may realize that something really important has changed. A friend who is happy is no longer doing well, and I might update my prior knowledge about my friend. So both of those types of updating are possible. And again, we want to have a balance between these two modes of operation, our prior knowledge and current sensation. And if we aren't able to update things, it can cause some issues. Now, all of this is very abstract, but in cognitive neuroscience terms, I think we have very good information around how these types of emotional processes, self-referential processes unfold in the brain. There's a lot of research that would suggest that although it's of course distributed throughout many layers of the brain, one of the major functions at the higher levels of the brain, at the integrated level, we're taking in all kinds of information and trying to summarize it and find patterns in it is occurring in the default mode network. So the default mode network will activate more when we think about things at the highest level of like, what should I do? What do I know about myself or people who are really important to me? And it will activate more when we move into automatic or deeply conditioned routines. So we recognize a pattern, we have a model for how to perceive and or react to it. And so the default mode network can take over in these situations. So although it's a simplification, we can expect perhaps that our prior knowledge is supported by default mode network activity. And sensation, where changing information from the world is coming, and also very well defined in the brain, perhaps more well defined than something like knowledge, because we have primary sensory representation cortices in almost the exact same place for almost every human being. Of course, 8 billion people on the planet, some things may differ, but we know that sensation of the body surface, and by inference, what's happening in the body happens in the somatosensory cortices, auditory cortices just behind and above the ears. We have visual cortex in the back, and smell gets to sit in the front at the top of the nose. But this is true for almost everyone. And what's happening inside the body, if you go down to the somatosensory cortex, because it's a sort of an upside down person, down to where the mouth and gums are, and then tuck yourself inside the mouth, that's where the insula begins, which is argued to support the visceral feelings inside the body, which probably gives us a lot of the raw sensory juice of emotional experience. So we already have very good model. We have very good priors for what the brain should look like as it engages in these different emotion representation processes. And you could argue that with attention, we would be able to differentially prioritize these processes. Indeed, my claim to fame, the thing that probably gave me a chance of succeeding in academia, was one of my first neuroimaging studies under Professor Adam Anderson's supervision, where we had people try to think about themselves conceptually in terms of their narratives. We tried to have them notice momentary thoughts, feelings, and body sensations. So to prioritize one of these information streams. And while most people could turn up and down their default mode network a little bit, it took a bit more training, 8 weeks of mindfulness training to be specific, to get people to reliably activate sensory cortices. So in this case, the somatosensory cortices and insula. But with training, they could learn to pivot between the prioritization of these signals. But there was a bias towards the narrative and playing with how much focus on the narrative. And so if we know that there's these two kind of systems and they're accessible through attention, but they do contain biases in their proclivity or tendency to activate, a question becomes, well, what happens when we have too much priority in one of these processing systems compared to another? So here's our predictive coding model, and imagine a case where someone has very strong priors, very strong beliefs or knowledge about themselves, but that knowledge is very negative or disempowering or dysphoric. So they think, oh, I'm worthless, or I'm hopeless, I'm useless. So all of us have these types of thoughts sometimes. We are always trying on different models for the world. But in a case where we have these thoughts very intensely, they're very strong, and we don't find ourselves sensitive to contradictory information. So times that we feel loved or connected or useful, or just feel good, or even just feel not bad, just feel neutral. If we were to become relatively blind to those kinds of contradictory sensations to a model that said that we were bad, right? That we were worthless or hopeless, we could start to see how having too much reliance on the conceptual representation system for our feeling state could get us into trouble, right? So this over-reliance on priors compared to sensation. I'm going to talk about some evidence for this specifically. I just want to make a note that the opposite imbalance is also true. So I'm going to talk about too many priors as perhaps a recipe for depression or anxiety. But if you had too much reliance on sensation and let go of narratives, you might have a recipe for something like a depersonalization or derealization disorder, where we just see sensation and don't integrate it. But there's only so much to cover today. So what happens if the priors are too strong? And in depression, we see this kind of evidence that if you look at resting state brain activity between healthy people and depressed people, there's a much more activation in the default mode network, so much activation that it starts to become hyper-connected to other networks that it should be distinct from. So the dorsal attention network or the salience network. So the ability to notice new things becomes co-opted into things that fit with the negative model, and attention is directed back towards aspects of the negative model if we want to infer what it would mean for all of these networks to be firing together instead of having your model and then sometimes noticing and attending away from it in a healthier person. But to test this idea, we had people, and this is again work I did, at least at the start in graduate school under Adam's supervision, we would look at what happened to people when we made them feel sad in the scanner. And we would look at the difference between people who seemed relatively resilient, so they felt sad but were not depressed overall. And we compare that to people who were generally suffering more, struggling more with depression, anxiety, chronic pain kind of symptoms. And the way we made people feel sad in the scanner, this applies to a few different studies. I'm going to talk about two of them today, was to show them film clips. So we would show either gardening and home maintenance sort of film clips as a neutral stimuli, like as a baseline, and we compare that to very sad film clips, themes of loss, mother with cancer saying goodbye to her family, or father who's a boxer, saying goodbye to his child, even though he won the match. So we could reliably make people subjectively sad in the scanner. They would rate themselves much sadder after watching the sad clips than the neutral film clips. And it didn't really matter if they were depressed or relatively happy, they would still feel sad in the moment in the scanner. And so an interesting question became, well, what's the difference in how the construction of sadness occurs between those people who are depressed and those who are doing a little bit better or a little bit happier? Well, one thing we see when we have people in the scanner, and I should mention here, we had both people who are signed up to do mindfulness training and those who had more experience, who had already just completed an 8-week mindfulness course. They weren't quite monks, but 8 weeks of training is maybe 20 to 25 hours of practice for the average student. And so we'd show them these film clips. And so one thing that almost everyone showed was you got very strong activation for the sad film clips compared to neutral along the default mode network and in left lateralized language regions. So you see a lot of reactivity in the brain, especially in this meaning-making conceptual aspect of emotion. And this was independent of whether they'd had training or not. The thing that we didn't expect to see that I think has really changed how I think about vulnerability and mental health in emotional or affective disorders was that we saw a second pattern. And so the second pattern was that not only did we see the default mode network turning on more in response to sad film clips, we saw sensory regions, the same sensory regions that someone could activate if they were trying to pay attention to their body in the moment. These regions, such as the somatosensory cortex in the insula and some right lateralized prefrontal cortical regions that might be associated with cognitive control or attention, were all deactivating in response to sadness. And often we would think of sadness as, of course, there would be more feeling in the body. And this is true of small children and adults when they become completely overwhelmed by emotion. But if we think about the reserve that we often try to have, that we've been taught to have this sort of control and try to withdraw, especially with an emotion like sadness, what we're seeing here kind of fits with that description of a person who kind of shuts down in response to feeling sadness. So we see that they're trying to almost escape or downregulate emotional processing in sensory regions, while the conceptual representation of emotion is stronger than ever. And out of these two patterns, it's the deactivation of the sensory regions that is correlated with higher levels of depression. So everyone tends to get into storytelling and interpretation when they experience a strong emotion, but not everyone deactivates sensation to the same degree. And those who do deactivate sensation to a greater degree, especially the red dots here in this image, I'll get back to this in a few minutes, they experience greater levels of depression. So again, so here we start to see, perhaps for the first time, I'm showing this idea of an imbalance, right? Too much reliance on the network supporting prior knowledge of the world and ourselves, not enough activation, metabolism given to the sensory regions. We did a few studies along the way, and eventually, again, with Adam's help, Adam leading the initial grant writing with another colleague, Zintel Siegel, got a major grant to study vulnerability to future depressive episodes. And we ended up running one of the largest prospective studies of depression in the world. Over 160 people joined the trial who had a history of major depression disorder. And of those 160, 85 of those people attended to do a baseline scan where we showed them these sad and neutral film clips. They went through 8 weeks of therapy. They went through 2 different kinds of therapy, but it turns out not to matter which therapy they've done. And then they came back at the end of therapy, so after 8 weeks. And then we followed them by checking in with them once a month for 2 years to see who ended up becoming depressed again and who was able to stay well. So everyone has a history of depression and they're remitted. They're not depressed at the start of the study. And our main outcome variable is who becomes depressed at the end of the study versus who stays well. And we can use that outcome variable then to look at a group difference of what happens at the start of the 2 years. Right? So what does it look like for someone who's destined to become depressed again when they experience sadness compared to someone who will find a way not to become depressed again over this 2-year follow-up period? And so what we see again is, first of all, a replication of this pattern that we get a lot of the default mode network activating for sad film clips. This is a contrast of sad versus neutral films again. And we see a large deactivation in a lot of the back of the brain, parietal regions, and but also these sensory regions, right? Visual regions, auditory regions, somatosensory regions, insula, and some of these lateral prefrontal cortical regions. They're all deactivating in response to the sad film clips. So replication of that, just general finding in a much larger sample. These 85 people scanned twice. When we look at some covariates, we see that the more people had past episodes of depression, so the more times they'd had practiced going into a depressive episode in the past. On top of this general pattern of deactivation, we see additional deactivation in the insula and somatosensory cortices. And that scales with the number of past episodes that they have continuously. And if they have residual symptoms, even though they're no longer actively depressed, on top of the deactivation of past episodes, we see additional deactivation in the insula and somatosensory cortices if they still have lingering symptoms. So part of having symptoms of depression is this tendency to shut down body representation in the face of sadness provocation, in the face of an emotional stressor. So part of the construction of the emotion for someone who has a history of depression is this avoidance of sensation, even though there's a lot of conceptual elaboration. And now the critical question was, if we were to look at who became depressed again over 2 years and who stayed well, well, what does that add to this brain activation, deactivation story? And again, we see that future relapse is predicted by deactivation in somatosensory cortices, as well as supplementary motor areas. So there's perhaps a motor component here, and even within the fusiform cortex, so part of the sort of extended visual cortex. So the story of sensory and maybe a bit of motor deactivation, right? So moving away from the body in a way, if you want to think of it that way, in response to sadness seems to be part of the future relapse risk. This is shown at both before and after treatment. Indeed, after treatment, you see even a bit more separation between the relapsers and the non-relapsers. And it has a very big real-world impact in terms of risk. So if you're in the top 50% of people who inhibit, you're one of the stronger inhibitors, you have almost a 40% chance of relapsing over a 2-year follow-up, assuming you have a history of depression, whereas you have less than a 10% chance of relapse if you're in the bottom 50%. You don't actually inhibit very much. And so we can see this spiraling happening in people who have dysfunctional extensions of sadness, if we want to think of depression as that way, as being a tendency that when you have this negative affective state, if this state is constructed conceptually and in the absence, specifically the absence of sensory input, this becomes a recipe for poor mental health. Everyone is doing some conceptual construction. And while we think of the model, the depressive model, as being the problem, it may actually not be what is unique about someone who's depressed. We all have models to explain our emotions, but having a model to explain our emotions that doesn't allow new sensory information and that doesn't allow changing information from the world to get in is a recipe for getting stuck in a depressive state. So it seems that negative emotion, especially sadness in this case, biases emotion processing towards our priors over sensory information, and the broader literature on depression supports this, where you see learning deficits. We see other studies showing that people who are very neurotic show more default mode network processing and lateral systems that will let them direct attention away from internal representations and models seem to be compromised. So a question then that's obvious, I think, to someone who wants to help people with depression would be, well, if this turning towards the conceptual information and blocking out sensation as part of the problem, and there's this network unbalance, then how does someone get unstuck, right? How do you start to update your models again so that you're no longer focusing just on the negative interpretation or elaboration of emotion, which can extend over days, months, or years? And so what might be hopefully apparent at this point is that if we could increase sensory processing, we could change the nature of the emotion to be one that was more adaptive and changeable. Right. So someone thinks, oh, I'm hopeless and worthless. But if they're still paying attention to their sensation, they realize, yeah, sometimes I really feel that way. Sometimes I have really negative interactions. And other times I do experience happiness or joy or connection, or maybe I just feel okay right now. So it's not true that all the time I'm hopeless or worthless. It's not the only thing that defines me. But the only way you can notice that is if you're paying attention and integrating new experiences through the sensory apparatus, through sensory processing, right? And this is a rebalancing. And so many third wave therapies, including more progressive cognitive therapies that have savoring exercises and something that I've studied quite a bit, mindfulness training, focus explicitly on helping people re-engage in sensory processing. And this has very ancient roots where the initial instructions in a mindfulness task, for instance, are only to pay attention to the sensory qualities of the breath, not what it means that you're breathing faster or slower, you're breathing healthier or unhealthy. Just what does it feel like? How can you sense your breath right now? Do you sense a long breath or a short breath? And by practicing attending to the sensory aspects of experience, one can bring balance back into a system that needs to incorporate and integrate change information to update models and not be rigid or stuck in one model, especially when that model is maladaptive. And we saw this in the 2010 study that people who had done mindfulness training showed relatively spared activation in the insula, for instance, and they were the ones who were less depressed. They're the blue dots. In the much larger clinical trial, we saw not that people were able to prevent suppressing sensory information, but that for the people who went through the therapy and then did not relapse, we saw a deactivation of a prefrontal region, and psychophysiological interaction analysis revealed that this prefrontal region had a strong inhibitory connection with a lot of the sensory regions. So you could think of maybe this front brain region as being part of the cognitive control system that was linked to inhibition of sensory regions. And while they were not able with their history of depression to as easily recover sensory processing, they were at least starting to begin the process of breaking the habit of inhibiting, or at least that's what it looks like if we believe there was a causal influence from the prefrontal cortex. Of course, much more research would be needed to make strong causal inferences that that's what this lateral region is doing, but the connectivity pattern is consistent with this kind of story, right? Whereas people who continue to activate the lateral prefrontal cortex are the ones who also tend to be inhibiting more sensory regions and also are the ones who tend to relapse at a higher rate. So just to take a quick breath and then try to get to the sort of final arc of the talk with some new research I think is quite exciting. I think we have, at least in the case of sadness, some evidence that the construction of emotion really matters, and that when we have very strong priors that are maladaptive or ill-suited to our happiness and our function in the world, it may be important to bring more sensory input or salience of sensory information and integrate that information if we want to be able to introduce flexibility back into the system. I do want to make a point, though, that often this is interpreted as, well, we just have to destroy the prior information, and this is not really what we're trying to do. We're trying to find ways of updating our priors, not just pull out all of our past knowledge and leave a blank slate again, because that would not be particularly adaptive. And so I want to talk about more recent research where we looked specifically at what happens when people pay attention to their breathing. That helps us maybe perhaps understand how this integration might take place. So we had a paradigm where we had people focus on their breathing. I'll show you an example in just a second. And we tried to look at the difference between people who had a kind of more higher mental health or well-being scores and higher trust and value in their body sensation scores, and compare that to people who experience the body as more of an unfriendly or scary place, but not a clinical population, just a general population. And this is the task we had them do. We either had them, as a control condition, track a circle on a screen. So you can try here, you can press one finger when the circle gets bigger, another finger when the circle gets smaller. So you have an active tracking task, right? So not too hard. And in fact, we didn't want it to be hard. We wanted people to be doing perfectly at these tasks. And then for the focusing on the internal feeling state, or at least internal sensory state condition, we would have people press a button when they were breathing in and press another button when they were breathing out. And we would have the circle respond in this case to their key presses, just so there would be equivalent visual stimuli on the screen. But in this case, what's controlling the circle is just their button presses, and they're supposed to be pressing along with their breath. And we can tell with the respiration bell that they are indeed pressing along with their breath. People, again, can do this task very well. And so an interesting question becomes, what happens when people direct attention internally to that internal sensory information, in this case, the sensation of the breath? And then are there individual differences between people who trust and value in their body sensations and those who are sort of sensorially avoidant or have negative relationships with their body sensations? So this is work done with Cynthia Price at the University of Washington and my graduate student, Zoe Zoe. We have two papers out on this, one in eNeuro and one in the European Journal of Neuroscience from last year. We also had a training element that I'll speak of briefly, where half the participants engaged in a mindfulness body therapy, which helped them learn to be more trusting and have a better relationship and more exploratory of that body sensation. But I want to talk about the main effects, not the training effects first. But again, we have 22 people here, which is not a giant sample, but they were scanned twice, so we can internally replicate our findings. So the surprising thing we found here is that when people pay attention to the breath as opposed to a circle on a screen, even though their eyes are open, even though they're doing key presses, even though a circle is still moving on the screen, when they're tracking their breath rather than the circle on the screen, we get a massive deactivation all across many aspects of the cerebral cortex, including even somatosensory regions, but also the striatum and the medial prefrontal cortex. So a lot of different networks are being implicated here. And I really would like just to focus on the orange and bluish, the two left here conditions. We have a bunch of other control conditions I don't have time to get into, and you can see this kind of pattern of deactivation. So this might be this quieting of a lot of the visual attention system, the dorsal attention system, as we tune into the breath, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But the covariate of, who's feeling more comfortable and who has greater mental health was really important in this study. So we use a questionnaire known as the MAIA, the multidimensional assessment of interoceptive awareness, which is positively associated with many well-being measures and negatively associated with a lot of affective disorder measures. And it looks at trust and noticing and awareness of the body. And so while everyone shows this kind of pattern of deactivation, the people who show higher levels on the MAIA, so more trust and engagement with sensory experience, show relative sparing of the deactivation. So just to show you again, there's this big deactivation pattern. It's quite diffuse. This is even at high levels of correction for multiple comparisons. And then these areas here are areas that show less deactivation. So overall, there's still quite a bit of deactivation, and pretty much every dot here is above the 0 line, which means there's some deactivation. But for those with the really high MAIA scores, they're not deactivating as much in very specific areas, which are language areas, some of the somatomotor regions, and in the anterior cingulate is probably the biggest region that we're seeing here. So people who have more trust and engagement with sensation when they pay attention to their breathing are able to monitor and perhaps report. We think that's what the language regions are doing, what's happening, even though a lot of the brain is quieting down. Whereas for people who are just first getting into these practices and maybe have some sensory avoidance, everything is just quieting down. And this anterior cingulate region is connected to, all of the attention network, as many of you probably already know. And so by sparing it from deactivation, they're still able to pay attention, even though the brain is perhaps moving into a quieter state. So as a take home to this, because I know I showed it quite quickly, there seems to be two parts to sensory engagement with internal body sensation. One of which is this kind of general quieting that almost everyone would get to, I think, if they just were able to focus in on something like the feeling of their breathing in a safe sort of way. But for people who seem to have greater mental health, the construction of the internal experience isn't just one of inhibition. It's one in which there is spared activation and monitoring in language areas, which perhaps lets them notice and articulate. And then, if you're able to notice and put things into words, or even just notice and represent in working memory, there's probably a better opportunity to integrate those experiences, right? So not just get away from the sensation, but then to notice in this quieter place certain more subtle aspects of your sensation that you could then use to update your models. And there's my little cartoon to try to add a little bit of fun. Because this is more of a computational neuroscience meeting, I wanted to show that we did try to classify these internal and external attention states. We also tried to classify when people are actively tracking their breath or the circle versus when they're just passively watching it. And because we have people scan twice, we can train on a person and then look at whether we can classify them on their other visit. So we can look at out of sample, but still within person classification. And we do very, very well. We do even better, within the same sample as you might imagine in the same scanner run, but 70% accuracy between these interoceptive versus exteroceptive attention states. But I want to point out a couple interesting features. So if we just look at the difference between when they're actively tracking and passively monitoring, we can show that while people are asked to focus on their breath specifically, that's I think what this panel is showing, they tend to only really hold on to the distinction between active and passive, or I think this is across all the active and passive tasks, for up to maybe 100 seconds, but most people are starting to fall off after 50 to 60 seconds. So most people without some kind of extreme level of training aren't actually able to sustain a attentional effort reliably, at least according to the classifier, for more than about a minute. And when we look at people who had training in focusing in on their body and trusting their body, we do see a bit of a training effect. But the biggest effect, I would say, is that on the second visit, which are these top two lines, people are able to stay focused in on their body sensation better. And we do have a significant difference here where the people who are actually in the training condition, so the first thing is just a main effect of time maybe, but there is an advantage here in the purple line over the blue line, but only within that first 50-second window. And then afterwards, it's just noise again. So the ability for attention to modulate the construction of an internal representation, which you could think of as the beginning of a feeling state, is powerful but short-lived, and it can be improved with training. But even with, in this case, another 8 weeks of training, maybe you're going to buy yourself 45 or 50 seconds at a time in the scanner. So that's an important methodological consideration for those who are doing very long, like resting state scans with attentional instructions, that people are probably mind wandering. After a minute or two, you'd be better to continue to switch between tasks or remind people of what to do. You may wonder, after all of these like brain images, what the subjective experience is like, what the feeling state is like when people engage in this sort of trusting exploratory mode. And we did factor analysis on a lot of the clinical participants. We came up with a bunch of different variables. Because I've already been talking for a while, I want to skip over talking about this too much. I just want to talk about this first factor that we've called decentering or metacognitive awareness, or maybe now we call more like sense foraging, is actually made up of two different types of questionnaires. There are questionnaires in green here that are just, in green here that are more about just awareness. So I'm not reacting, I'm able to focus in and decenter, which means like watch my thoughts and feelings arise and pass, and I can see them with clarity and describe them. And so that seems to be one aspect of what people are learning in therapies that help them prevent depression. But in that same factor, other items that say, while I'm attending in this way, I'm also feeling connected, that this is meaningful, and I'm accepting what I'm finding, and I have kindness for myself. So it's not really a bare attention that they're learning. They're learning to bring an affective quality and a positive emotional quality to this attentional process. And you can't really separate change in just attention when people are going through therapy from this positive emotion. If one moves, the other moves. And we see that when this decentering variable, that third factor, goes up, it actually makes a big difference in terms of who relapses or who doesn't. It's the best way of predicting from self-report if people are getting over this inhibitory pattern. One final point, and then I'll open up to question and answer, because I know I'm not supposed to talk for much longer. If we want to develop just a behavioral measure outside the scanner, one thing I've been playing with a lot, because I love these pulsing circles, is this idea of trying to look at the different psychophysics properties of whether people can tell that their breathing is changing. Like, can they detect change or not? Right? Because that seems to be a central theme of what I've been talking about. So you can try it with me right now. If you want, you can breathe along with the circle as it moves. And after it pulses 4 times or 6 times, I want you to let me know, did your breathing speed up, slow down, or stay the same? So you can breathe in. So you can make an internal vote here. I don't know how to run a poll on the fly here, but we would ask people a few questions after doing a trial like this. The first thing we would ask them is a 3 alternative forced choice. Did your breathing slow down? We have a picture of a snail here. Did it stay the same or did it speed up? In this case, actually, it was a speed up trial. And we can ask them how confident they are in that judgment, so we can get this more subjective appraisal of their performance. And we can also look at the correlation across many trials between accuracy and confidence, which in the United Kingdom especially, people are obsessed with as this objective way of trying to measure awareness. So are you confident at the right times? Are you more likely to be confident when you're accurate, in other words? We can also look for downstream effects of doing a task like this on your arousal or valence, because we are getting people to speed up or slow down their breathing. So we are changing the physiological signal. We've now done this a whole bunch of times online because this research started during the pandemic, and now we're doing it with proper physiological equipment in the scanner and in the lab. But across 4 different online studies, we can show that the thing that correlates with well-being with these Maya scores, this trust and body sensation, is not at all whether people are more accurate than others or whether they're confident at the right time. Just general confidence in engaging with their breathing signal. You could say it's maybe foolish confidence because they're confident even when they're not accurate. That's the thing that actually tends to determine well-being. So it's not about really a different or be correlated with well-being. So it's not really about a difference in who's better at noticing changes in their breathing than another person. It's more about whether people feel good about the process of engaging with sensation, even if they're not particularly great at it, which is actually a pretty good message to send to someone who doesn't have great self-esteem or it's very new to them and they're a bit scared that they're not doing it right. One thing we can do with a task like this, though, because as a psychologist, we always want to do something sneaky, is we can first of all control how much we change their breathing rate. And of course, if you change their breathing rate a lot, they're more likely to notice it. But we can do something even sneakier, which is we can change. We can have 2 different kinds of trials essentially. So we can have a very subtle change trial where, let's say, someone's breathing 5 seconds, like 2.5-second in breath, 2.5-second out breath, and on each breath we make the breath a little bit faster. Or we can change it all at once in the middle. So they breathe 3 times 5-second breaths and then 3 times 3.5-second breaths. And if we do this, we get a really beautiful relationship here where as the amount of change increases, so as we go proportionately, 40% slower or faster than their starting breathing rate, which is usually around 5-second breaths, people's accuracy goes up, but it only really goes up to near perfect levels when we do it in a very obvious way, like halfway through the breathing train. If we do it very slowly, it's like slowly turning up the temperature in a pot. It is much harder for people to notice. So we can actually separate out how much arousal is changing in terms of breathing rate from awareness. Not 100% to be controlled all the time, but probabilistically we can make sure that we have times where we have the same amount of arousal change, like a 40% speed up or 30% speed up in breathing, and make it much more likely that people will be aware than not. I wanted to end with this because Junichi talked about the rope bridge study, the suspension bridge study, and we tried to do an analog of this in the lab. So the suspension bridge study was, in case anyone wasn't catching it yesterday, people are on a really high rope bridge or on a low bridge over just some mud. And at the end of crossing the bridge, they were all male in the study and heterosexual, presumably. They meet a attractive research assistant and she gives her contact information to the people and says, if you have any other questions, you can call me later. And people on the high swinging rope bridge will contact the research assistant much more often than the people on the not as exciting low muddy bridge. And so the argument there was that people, they get excited in their body and they don't really understand where the excitement is coming from. It's this implicit process. And so they're tricked and they think that they're attracted to the research assistant. So we didn't put people on a bridge on online studies, but we would show them faces. We actually showed like attractive and then sort of normal faces just to see how much that mattered. But it turned out it doesn't matter. We show them faces and we get them to rate how attractive they think the faces are after doing these changes in breathing rate tasks. And what you see, and we also, we got them to measure how much they show a subjective change in their arousal, like they're aware of an arousal change. And as you can see here, that especially on breathing speed up trials, when people correctly detect that their breathing has sped up, then they report that their arousal has increased. If they miss that their breathing is sped up, they are not able to report that their arousal has increased. So they have to kind of notice what's happening in their body. And then the critical kind of question is, where do you think we'll see the most transfer of arousal? The conventional story is that when people don't notice that there's been some change in their body, that's when they're going to end up making an attractiveness attribution, right? So you would think it's in the blue line condition here. But here we have the ability to test directly, is it what happens when people have awareness of their own arousal before they make the attractiveness judgment? And what we see very clearly is that the more people's breathing speeds up, so this is a proportion change. So a negative correlation here means as their breathing rate speeds up, they report greater subjective arousal. And the more that they report subjective arousal, the more they report attraction. And there is no indirect effect, or sorry, direct effect that's not mediated through subjective arousal. So in other words, transfer of like this attraction rating only gets transferred from breathing speeding up when people notice their breathing is speeding up and they know that they're more aroused right after because their breathing has sped up. And so this makes me ask the question, is there really misattribution of arousal, or is the purpose of our awareness to allow our emotions to affect other behavior? Because I think it's always been taught in the way that like if we don't notice our emotions, they're going to control us. But I think this is maybe just one study, but it points to this idea that one role for awareness is actually for us to be able to make choices about whether we want ourselves to be affected by them and what we want to do with that information. And when we notice that there has been some kind of sensory change, that's when actually we are able to introduce behavior change. In this case, just an attractiveness rating, but perhaps this kind of idea can generalize. So still developing running like 14 more versions of the study, but I think it's just sort of a tantalizing little idea to connect to the fact that Junichi mentioned the study yesterday. So to finish off, because I know I've gone for quite a while, I want to introduce this idea that our emotions are constructed of different streams of information, and one distinction could be the conceptual representation, the prior knowledge representation, and the incoming sensory information. And that there may be a skill in which we use our attention, or we've developed good habits of balancing the integration of change into the conceptual system, because it seems clear that when there is imbalance, there's psychopathology, and in this case, really strong evidence for depression vulnerability. And so if we're thinking about taking this kind of information to train people to properly integrate, or in a healthy way integrate, these two streams of information, there should be an emphasis on perhaps using the sensory information to disrupt maladaptive habits through sensory engagement, exploration, and integration. And then this could be used to make new choices, like let that awareness of change allow you to make different decisions. And then those could hopefully turn into more adaptive or skillful or healthy habits. And so this has led us to come up with this sort of idea of sense foraging as a term for people intentionally using sensation to disrupt or update models that have become stuck, right? So something isn't going that well in life, even though you're following your habits. And so if you could take in more sensory information, you may actually be able to update those models. While just thinking about it is something that people do, but doesn't seem to correct the problem of not getting in new sensory information. Right. So by broadening our attention to include sensory information, yes, there's this chaos of new sensation, but this allows for new interpretations of events, new emotional experiences, new meanings and behavior. And I've been told strongly in every talk I have to say that we have a book I've written with Zindel Siegel that tries to talk about these ideas that's just come out this year. So if you're interested in hearing it in a more organized and hopefully sensical format than just what I've done just now, you can also check out this book. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to hear comments and answer questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Norm, for your wonderful talk. Does anyone have a question?
Hello. Hey, Norm. This is Dan.
Hey,
Thanks
Dan.
for your talk. It was great. It's also really great to see how this work has evolved, or just, I guess, watching you work on this stuff. Especially seeing like empirical work, like someone actually doing empirical work on this stuff. I have, I don't know if this is the best way to phrase it, but when you talk about the narrative self or the narrative processing, by the way, it's the first time I think I've heard it framed as the appraisal part of emotion, like since the visceral part versus the appraisal part, and link that directly to the narrative processing. I don't know if that's just me, but do you have an opinion on why the narrative self or narrative processing takes precedence, or why it's so powerful?
Um, yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. I think the main reason is that what we want to have is like a great set of predictions about the world so that we can just rely on them and not have to do the extremely complicated and frustrating work of trying to, because I'm talking about like there's just one sensation coming in, but it's what you pay attention to, and how should you interpret it. So once you make a decision, at some point, that this sensation means I'm hungry, this sensation means there's a threat. Why, if you can just rely on that process and it becomes automated, um, it saves you time to figure everything else out, right? And all of us are still trying to muddle through and figure things out. So we cling desperately to our heuristics, and you can see it's quite upsetting when our models are disrupted. So I would just say that they're stable. They're very well rehearsed. So they're queued by like regularly, so they're readily available. And I think it's the brain's business to save as much energy as it can by relying on predictions rather than being in any kind of new situation. So I think we're everything is sort of evolutionary is wiring us to move into automated routines, unless there's a really good reason to disrupt those routines. And as I'm pointing to, there's probably some hotspots like this is threatening our survival. This is going to affect our reproductive fitness, and this is really important for me achieving meaning in life. There's different things that could be a reason to pay attention where you think like about the pay part, right? So I just think we're wired uh, to rely on our habits as much as we can and to form habits as quickly as we can, for better or for worse. And a lot of it is good, but of course, stereotyping, prejudice, not willingness to acknowledge things we can't see with our own eyes, like climate change, for instance, these are all the dark side of that reliance.
Right. So just to, sorry for just a quick follow-up. Do you think of them as, I don't know if this is weird, but do you think of them as like affordances, like being able to predict the world better, using the most abstract representations of yourself? Like that's how it's most useful, or it's because like maybe it's just the farthest thing down the abstraction chain or something like that.
I think affordance is a brilliant word for it, right? It's really complicated. We're never going to get it right from a bottom up perspective, and you have to act. So it's like, well, what am I going to do? Okay, well, I at least have an option for something to do, because not acting on in every situation is catastrophic. So it's affording us a response in the face of just a massive amount of information and ambiguity.
Right. That's great. Thank you.
Mm.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I am also from clinical background, and then I was wondering for the mindfulness exercises, like paying attention to the breath. I was wondering, like, doing those like ourselves at home would be as effective as like doing it in the group or with the therapist. Like, is there like do you have any insights into like the most? I don't know if there's any like the protocol like that's considered more effective than others? I was wondering if you have any insights into those.
Yeah, it's very hard to find a strong hierarchy of what types of practices lead to benefits. I would say the more that a practice becomes something that you internally identify with an intention to implement in your daily life, the better it is. So if you're feeling like you're just doing it at home and there's a sense of commitment and it's just like, well, I'm just trying something and no one needs to know because who knows if I really believe in this or not. That's very different than doing it at home because you're saying this is so important that I want to go deeper and I want to, make this part of my mental routine and part of my habits. So I would say in general, to begin, it's better to be in a group because there's so much social pressure to try it properly. It's so easy to download an app and then delete it, a second later, turn on a video, but then turn on a different video a second later to start practicing. And then, you hear something, you feel a little hungry, so you just get up and leave. So I think there's a lot of evidence for getting started in group settings as being valuable. But I didn't show these slides, but the thing that practicing in groups most predicts is that people will continue to eventually practice on their own over the long term. And if people practice on their own, that also doesn't predict mental health. It predicts that they have a greater likelihood of then developing some of these skills. So bringing a kind exploratory kind of attention, you can call it decentering perhaps, or sense foraging. And if you start identifying as being the kind of person who tries to do that in your normal day, that's when you start to see health benefits. So I think if you wanted a simple answer, which I'm not good at giving, group practice can lead to internal motivation for integrating that practice into your own personal life. And if that actually starts showing up in moments where you're like, oh, I can use this now when I'm not doing formal practice, that's where there's a chance for it to make a difference. So I would encourage people to try a group, or at least with a teacher to begin with, just to get things moving, unless they're have very strong discipline or really, really dislike social situations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question.
Does anyone have questions? Norm, I have a brief question. So you emphasize the importance of interception awareness, and I'm wondering if physiological rhythm may matter. So, for example, slower heart rate or slower breath rate might be related to the relapse of depression or some other disorders. What do you think?
Yeah, I think in the first benefit of doing these practices is this broader deactivation. And so I'm showing it in brain terms, but part of why we're seeing this deactivation, I don't think it's purely like inhibitory networks firing. I think people's heart rate is slowing, they're breathing deeper. And even when you control for that, you do see cortical deactivation. And so, and this is not a new idea. This is like Herbert Benson in the 1950s talking about the relaxation response. And there are people that, I mean, for me, like I'm doing these practices and all the time, but there are people when they come in have not had a true moment of relaxation for decades. So you think about the physiological stress that they're under. They're constantly processing a representation of threat. And so having that physiological relaxation is a major benefit that you can get very early. I don't think that relaxation is the same as now my habits are just easy and I can change, like they're flexible and I can change everything and be like this good person all the time. But if you're very stressed, it's much harder to take in that information. So releasing physiological stress, I think, is part of the process of at least being able to then have insight once you're relaxed. Right. And I think it would be very hard to have these insights or integration in a highly stressed situation. So I think that's a very great point, that there's probably a different processes playing out over time. And also it's not linear, right? Because then some other thing happens to make you stressed. And now if you're still just trying to change habits, but sensation is shut down again because of the stress, it would be more skillful to focus on just the relaxation to get to the place where the mind is, opening up. And we can say that in neuroscience terms that the sensory processing is no longer inhibited. So I think that that's a big part of it. Whether I don't think it's as simple as saying like my breathing rate slows down and then sensory cortices come online. I think that there's it's more like as my breathing slows down, the top-down representation of the stressor is probably also coming down, and then that at least gives the possibility of using attention to bring more sensory integration as a second step.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you so much.
Hi, Norm. Stan again. Sorry. While I have your attention, a quick question on your book and the idea of sense foraging or reducing the inhibitory sensory processing. It's a narrative question. Would you prescribe, in order to do that better, disinhibiting sensory processing, to make, like, to tell yourself a narrative that you're a person who does that better? Like, would you prescribe leveraging the narrative self to do the sense foraging better, or is that counterproductive? Is that
no, I think it's a great question. I'll try to tie it into I just saw it on the Q&A because I don't want to cut it too much into each time, which is about psychedelics and whether there's a similar mechanism. So I'm going to answer them both at once. Yes, I think you do want to eventually have a narrative that I'm the kind of person in this situation who is going to try to open up and notice, what else is available, both in terms of my thoughts and sensations, because that's the heuristic that's going to get you, like, you eventually want to make a habit of being the kind of person who tries through whatever practice open to sensation. But, and here's my strong part of, like, the strong theory is that narratives very rarely, and the very strong part is they never change without a direct experience. So unless you have an experience of yourself actually sensing more and noticing things are different, you can tell yourself that, oh, I'm this kind of person, but it's like, going in front of the mirror and being like, I'm good enough, and then walking out in the world and, like, do you really believe it? And, like, it's better than nothing, but you actually have to have a feeling, an experience of a success for things to change. And I think that's part of why there's so much passion about psychedelics, is because you're giving, this is getting into the Q&A question, because although the neurochemical pathways are probably quite different than in something like mindfulness, what you're giving people are direct experiences that are just model breaking, right? And so now there's the dominance of a central narrative has been shaken, and then with some good intentions and good advice, there's some room to wiggle with that narrative. But even in, like, basic cognitive therapy, behavioral activation is seen as a very important first step, which is, like, you say you never do anything, and so just telling yourself, I'm the kind of person who can do something, like, let's plan together that you could take a 3-minute walk today. And now you've had the direct experience that you're the kind of person who almost never does anything, except sometimes you take a walk. And so now the narrative can update, right? You go on a psychedelic trip and you realize, oh, I can have moments of peace or feelings of connection or joy. So it's not true that I'm the kind of person who could never have those kind of experiences. So now the narrative updates, and now you can start thinking, like, oh, okay, I'm the kind of person where this sometimes happens. And so now it's much more likely that you're going to be able to direct attention to notice more of that in the world. And that's the foraging part, right? If you're up for it, eventually, almost everything can show up in life. And the narratives are heuristic as to what to pay attention to and what to ignore. So hopefully it also talks a little bit to the Q&A question, because I think I'm going over time now.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we received one question from online audience. Considering the similarity between mindfulness, for example, yoga and psychedelics to alter our sensation and emotional regulation, that is consciousness. Do you think the treatment mechanism derives from the similarity?
Yeah, so I think I was trying to answer that one too in the answer to Dan, that I think that the neurochemical mechanism is very, very different, but at the general therapeutic mechanism is the same. So the reason why you're having different experiences under psychedelics has a very different pathway of hyperconnectivity in the brain and cortical disinhibition. But the consequence of that pattern is that you now have experiences that you would normally have a deep habit of steering away from, right? So And once someone has that type of experience, right, they have an experience of wonder, joy, connection, and their whole narrative has been like, I'm not the kind of person who can have these experiences. There's a possibility of updating the narrative, and it's profoundly positively reinforcing. So, I mean, in some cases that could lead someone to do more psychedelics than they should, but in more skillful ways, they might also think it's actually possible for me. It's not true that I can't have these types of experiences, and I wonder what other things I can do to have them reliably show up in my life. So that's why I think from psychedelics, for instance, you'll hear this idea of it's like a top 5 most meaningful life experience, because the meaning is the integration of the sensory experience, of the felt experience, into the narrative. And they were able to do that in a place where there wasn't integration happening. Otherwise, it seemed like the most meaningful thing. And then, the question there is always like the follow-up. So how are you going to find ways to have these experiences that don't require, being extremely high on drugs? But there's a lot of interest in people pursuing that therapy development. So there'll be mistakes made, but there's a lot of potential from that type of access point, that type of the affordances given by psychedelics as well.
Thank you. Yeah, so another time. So yeah, thank you for a great talk and wonderful discussion, Norm. And
thanks so much for inviting me.
Yeah, I hope next time we can have you physically in Tokyo. Or
I would love that. Thank you.
Japan.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Norm. Have a good one.
Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies, sumimasen, for messing up the schedule. And I have let Dr. Chikazawa know that I can keep this relatively short so that we don't have to miss other parts of our agenda. So my apologies. And this might be what Adam was speaking about, how difficult it is. I now know how to change the slides. I just wanted to first start with my acknowledgements. First to Dr. Chikazawa for inviting me to give share data, and then my 2 collaborators, Adam Anderson and Chris Long for, I'm going to present this one study from the lab. And thank you. So hopefully, those of you who are not colorblind can read this. And put up your hands if you can read it. I've got 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. So, oops. So I just want to remind everyone that our color perception isn't real. It exists outside of it doesn't exist outside of our brains. And when we think about the psychophysics of color, note that it has psycho in it, psychology. And that's because this sense of color, this perception of color, is a projection of our brain's sensory processing onto the world around us. And just a little primer for those of you who are new to the psychophysics of color and how it's perceived and processed by the brain. We have light energy in the world, and it's electromagnetic energy that's transformed by our brains into visual light or visible light. And you can see the extremes of our perception is from 390 nanometers to 750 nanometers of wavelength. And the wavelength is those measures between the troughs and the peaks of each wave. And within our visual or visible light, we have high frequency, and that's the blue. And then we have, at an other extreme, we have the low frequency red. And so today I'm going to describe one experiment where we're using color from the low end, from blue, and the high end, red, and showing how it can be used to tune the mesolimbic system. When light hits are photoreceptors. There's a chemical change, and that chemical change is converted into electricity, and that is what then gets transmitted through the optic nerve to the brain. But at the back of the retina, we have 3 different types of photoreceptors. We have the cones, which the ones we're going to be focusing on today, and those are for high resolution color vision. Right where we foveate, the center of our retina, is where we get the most high resolution images and color. The rods are more in the periphery, and those are for low level light at night, for motion, so more less need for discrimination and high resolution, so low resolution images. And then another set are the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, and these are the IPRGCs. And I'm going to come back to this because those are relatively new discovery, and they've been shown to regulate hypothalamic circadian rhythms and might be very important to our sense of brightness. So when we look at here, we're going through the eye, back to the retina, to the macula at the center. And then when you look at the IPRGCs, the rods, the cones, you can see it goes from the periphery towards the center where the optic nerve is. But this is where I want you to focus right now, is on the photopigments themselves. So for color perception, we have the S, which are short wave, the M, which are middle, and L, which are long wave. And these 3 photopigments are sensitive to short, medium, and long wavelengths, but they combine for us to be able to see millions and millions of colors. And you can see that both the medium and the long pretty much go from the beginning to their end of our visible spectrum. But the S here, the blue form, that focuses on the high frequency wavelength, is limited. And along with that is limited with the melanopsin that I was saying that might be important to circadian rhythms and our sense of light and brightness. And then also the rods, those other photopigments that are important to low resolution brightness in the evening as well. How many of you have a favorite color? That's a little strange, right? Is it rational for us to have a favorite color? I just told you that it's completely made up. How many of you have an unfavorite color? So this is what we're playing with today, this idea of affect and color and our perceptions. You can see why when you see an image like this of a red berry. This is delicious, it's nutritious. In the world, you see it with statistical sort of high rate of reliability. And so you can see this sense of redness could be very pleasant. Or the blue sky with the yellow sun. Again, there's ecological reasons why these things should be very pleasant to us. For some in America, and I'm going to be one of them, this is a very aversive stimulus. But there's nuance to this. Redness can also, for half or almost half of America, this is a pleasant stimulus, believe it or not. So the idea that color can acquire affective nuances is what we're going to be talking about today. This was very hard for me to do, to think of a blue association that was negative. So red was so much easier. Stop signs, the red ink for errors, blood. So we could get negative associations to red, but it was really difficult for me to think of blue. And I came up with this, the one that I could find was when we're feeling blue. And that's a low activation state, restorative state. And so the question for today is there a fundamental association between color and affect. We're going to take advantage of reward reinforcement learning in this experiment. And we're going to also find out for each of our participants what their sensitivity to reward is and their sensitivity to punishment. When you look at a reward, that's about approach. And when we talk about regulatory focus, these are people who are very promotion focused, very focused on gain and hopes and optimism. When you look at sensitivity to punishment, that's avoidance. That is, in terms of regulatory focus, prevention focus, so focus more on safety and responsibility. And you probably know people in your lives who map onto either one of these kind of forms of regulatory focus. It's thought that sensitive to reward is tied to and regulates our behavioral activation system, and sensitivity to punishment regulates our behavioral inhibition system. And we measured it with the SPSRQ. And so this is an attentional modulation task that we did, and you're going to get a sense of what it felt like to do it. Your job is just to know whether the right side or the left side appeared first. You ready? How many of you think the red side showed up first? How many of you thought the blue side showed up first? I'm a psychologist. We do really sneaky things. That was a simultaneous presentation. So in real life, what we do is we have an asynchronous onset for the stimuli. And we do it from 8 milliseconds difference. So one stimulus comes up and then the next one 8 milliseconds later. That's the most difficult to discriminate. And then we have it up to 98 milliseconds, and we're really good at that. We're almost at 100% for that. One of the things, I know I asked you whether you saw red or blue first, but what we do for our participants, we just ask them about side. They never know anything about color. And so all we want to know is what's the attentional salience of the red or the blue stimulus, because what we're going to do is give them an opportunity to win in the presence of one color and the presence to not lose or save in the presence of another color. And that's just to remind myself to let you know that the example I'm going to give to you is somebody who received red, and when they had a red stimulus, that was an opportunity for them to make cash. 30 cents for every trial. This was a very expensive experiment that we did. And then in the presence of blue, they had the opportunity to save what they earned and not lose it. And so for those of you who are learning theorists, we focus more on reinforcement. We did not punish anybody in this experiment. So the participants just have to say what side a gap is on. Is it on the left or the right? If they got this correct, they would make 30 cents. If they got this wrong, they would not lose anything. So in the presence of red, we don't tell them anything about color. They just have to acquire this through experience of winning 30 cents when they get it right. The other condition, if they get it right, they don't lose anything. So anything that they gained in the presence of red, they get to keep. But if they get the blue trials wrong, they lose that 30 cents. So if they get it correct, they can still keep their money. So when we look at the reward earning, what was really important is that the behavior was independent of color. All they were doing was making a left-right judgment. And the reward was dependent on color, but not explicitly. They had to acquire the association over time. They could win in the presence of one color and not win in the presence of the other, or save. The temporal order judgment, again, we're not asking about color, just what side came on first, the left or the right. We have the onset insecurities that I mentioned before, and then this is a test of attentional salience. And we showed that with reward learning, the one that's rewarded actually acquires attentional salience, so much so that it defies objective reality. When a stimulus comes on first that's been rewarded, they're very good at figuring out what side that was on and how fast, and they're very fast and accurate. When the side that was not rewarded comes on first, it's disadvantaged relative to the one that they won money with. And we can measure with the temporal order judgment how much of an advantage the rewarded color received. So when a person walks into a lab, we wanted to know what biases are they bringing in with them. And so we showed them red and blue, and we had them measure, we measured on the two-dimensional arousal valence scale, and you can see that blue tended to be across individuals low arousal and very pleasant relative to red. So red was more high arousal and less pleasant. When we looked at individuals' sensitivity to reward, that was pushed even further. So those who were high sensitivity to reward, they tend to like blue even more. And those who were low sensitivity to reward liked red more than blue. With the reinforcement learning, and we're now looking at over here, response time, accuracy on the Ys, and you can see here that the blue tended to be advantaged in finding a correct response to the blue stimulus where they could make money. They were also actually pretty equal in accuracy. This was not significant. I wanted to just block out the data for 1 second to just orient you. So this is the correctness, a hit rate for correctness, and this is the stimulus onset asynchronies. So 8 milliseconds, 18, 38, 68, and 98. This is the most difficult. They're just coming back to back, 8 milliseconds apart from each other, and this is the easiest where people are very good at the task. Let's focus on the dotted lines first. So the dotted lines are when it's unrewarded, and you can see there's an advantage to blue in terms of seeing across the easiest to the hardest relative to the red dotted lines. But that gets exacerbated once it gets rewarded. And so this is the most difficult temporal order judgment to make. And you can see that there's an absolute advantage to the blue. This is plotted so that now we're looking at blue first responses. So did blue come on before red? And you know that blue's been advantaged in terms of reward learning. And when you look over here, this is when blue is 98 milliseconds before red. And people are doing very well along here. If you look at the dotted line for unrewarded, you can see that blue still has a 6 millisecond advantage. That means in order for a participant to see them as coming on the screen at the exact same time, the blue color has to come 6 milliseconds later. So there's a 6 millisecond advantage. This is not objectively real. This is all motivational salience. But once we're rewarded, that gets pushed even further to 12 milliseconds. So now blue has to come 12 milliseconds later than red in order for it to be perceived at the same time. And this is our measure of attentional salience. This, as you can see, has a relationship to a person's reward sensitivity. And so people who were high on reward sensitivity had an even stronger advantage for seeing blue first. And those who were low in reward sensitivity had a tendency to see red first and get that advantage to red. But we showed at the group level, blue has a primacy and an ability to acquire attentional salience after reward. I wanted to also share with the group that when we pre-selected brain areas a priori. We chose the primary visual cortex, V4, which is the color cortex, and we chose the orbital frontal cortex, subjective feeling and pleasure, the ventral striatum, which is very important to reinforcement learning with reward, and the amygdala. So this is our subcortical reward structures. And what you can see, and this is the signal change in those areas, for blue relative to red, so blue above. And you can see that there's a lot of individual variability. Again, when we look at the network changes and the connectivity based on these brain regions, what you can see with the cover area here before has a strong correlation with the amygdala, the ventral striatum, and the orbital frontal cortex. And so it's gone beyond now color processing, but also to networks that are important to people acquiring the reward learning and then acting upon it. And when you look at relative to people's reward sensitivity, in the color cortex, again, high reward sensitivity, you have an even greater response, signal change in V4 to color. And same with the orbital frontal cortex, the same correlation that we see. But you can see there's a lot of individual variability and a lot of it that can also be accounted for by reward sensitivity in the individual. And when we then ask the question whether what's mediating this behavior, then we learn that this connection between the orbital frontal cortex and the ventral striatum acquiring this reward sensitivity and attentional salience is mediated through the color cortex. And so this circuit is mediated through V4. So through these data, we've learned that biases in color tuning are related to reward sensitivity and reward learning. We know that both blue and red can shift relative in response to the reward processing, that there are large individual differences in behavior and in the tuning of the cortex, and that this also can be exacerbated in terms of in the individual by their biases towards reward sensitivity, and that biology and experience can be uniquely tuned in the individual. And I just wanted to take a moment to come back because I presented these data in response to the model that Dr. Chigazoe has been thinking about. And this idea of the activation system and approach, and why would it be that blue tuning seemed to be more able to acquire reward associations and really drive behavior and attentional salience. There are reasons to think why blue and blueness might be important for survival. In terms of hypothalamic regulation of circadian rhythms and daylight, and the idea that when light is present, it actually suppresses melatonin and enhances cognitive activity. And so there might be reasons why blueness has this ability in our hands. And so, potentially, we shouldn't be seeing the world through rose-colored glasses, but rather blue. Thank you.
Thank you for interesting presentation, Dr. Eve. Does anyone have questions? Okay, I have a question about cultural difference. So, do you think? I I suppose the relationship between the color and gain and loss might be obtained through the experience. So do you? So I guess some. So in I think so for example, so in Japan, maybe the red color can be associated with gain, and blue color can be associated with loss. So have you ever studied that kind of cultural effects?
So Dr. Hu is Chinese, and he thought that red would have the advantage because of all the positive associations he has with the lucky covered red. It's for every positive ceremony, and he was very surprised by these data, and we haven't collected them, but I imagine there are, this is definitely, the reason why we did the study in this way is we wanted to first see what biases people do bring in, and we did see that there was a bias towards blue. But then in the experiment, we are providing the experience. We are doing the reward learning. And so it was very possible that without looking at reward sensitivity, but just in general, those that were in the red condition did acquire positive gain, they did, but just not to the degree to those who were in the blue condition. So we counterbalanced this. So half our participants were in the red condition, half were in the blue condition for winning. And it was just that the size of the effect was so large relative to the red color. And of course, there are circumstances where blue isn't a positive, and blue light turns out to make people more distracted because they're so low energy, and like being in the presence of red makes you more focused. Teams that wear red tend to win more games. So you know, it is possible. It's not that red was not able to acquire the positive association with reward. It's just that it wasn't as pre-prepared for reward as blue was in this experiment, and actually across a series of experiments that we've done.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the interesting talk. I'm interested in color perception, and I have learned that short cone cells are distributed more towards periphery on the retina comparing to L and long and middle cone cells. So I'm wondering that whether this bias in the cone cell distribution may affect the result of temporal order judgment.
It's very possible. So I guess it is possible, yes, just based on the physiology. But I think the fact that when you start the experiment, blue doesn't really have that much of an advantage. It's really once we add reward to it. So there's only a very modest advantage to blue, and it might be there, but it's the thing that we're focused on is that the reward learning, the experience that we applied, exacerbated that and gave it an even further advantage.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm not from this field. Just a comment. I just learned from you that in terms of the color, for example, for the red color, maybe the Chinese people, they prefer the red color, right? It's something like the lucky color. Yes, exactly, I understand. I learned from the Chinese people as well. On the other hand, I think it's a little bit different. I mean, For example, if you take a look at the national flag of Chinese and the national flag of Taiwan, it's a little bit different. I mean, Chinese national flag, they reflect the red color, but the national Taiwan flag reflects the blue color. Okay, I saw that difference. From my understanding, I think it's a little bit different because of political background. Right? The blue color from Taiwan, Chinese people, they prefer maybe some kind of peace. But the red color of China, mainland national flag, maybe some kind of political fight. So that's my understanding and just a comment, maybe something quite different from what
I think it sounds like we have to do a cross-cultural study.
Right.
And it's something that we've always wanted to do. We do have, even though these are American undergraduates and graduate students, we have students from all different backgrounds. And so, I'm not sure that we couldn't replicate these in other countries. Because whatever little bias we were seeing, it was after reward what happened. And after reward, blue really did seem to get that advantage. But I think it's a very important question to ask. And now that it's been asked more than once, I think we should do it.
Yeah, I just want to share with you some of my thoughts. Maybe the color not only reflects the country's culture, but also the color also reflects the country's political, what shall I say, the political issues or political status. So that's what I just want to share my understanding.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, please.
Hello, thanks for the talk, Dr. DeRosa. So you're saying you can push around color perception or preferential color perception within a session of, were you surprised by these results? Seems a little...
No.
Okay.
So we started with just the behavioral effect, and we had, the first time we did this, we did 3 colors, red, yellow, blue, and red, yellow, blue. And we started noticing the data that the blue seemed to be easier to reinforce, and then we started doing the individual differences and noting there are differential tunings, that those who had high reward sensitivity tended to have a stronger blue effect. But it's not just about blueness, because remember the red also, like if you were low reward sensitivity, you had an advantage to red.
Right.
So, it still can be modulated by motivation as well as by reinforcement learning. So it's like an interaction between both of those things.
Would you expect like similar results? Let's say could you push around like spatial frequency perception or like different modalities? Has this been like you've
Yes.
seen? Is this the first time you've?
So the temporal order judgment, it does. You see. You can actually do like multimodal kind of temporal order judgments where you give an advantage to sound before vision, and so people then start to have this, difficulty integrating, and then like auditory all of a sudden comes way before the visual, and people have a hard time getting the simultaneous experience. So this is an intentional phenomenon, and we wanted to see, can we take that attentional phenomenon and modulate it even further with reward? But your question also reminds me that with this particular paradigm, we didn't see the behavioral inhibition system correlated. So the sensitivity to punishment was not associated with this behavior at all. It was only the reward sensitivity. And we can't say whether, we never did punishment with this paradigm. This was all positive and negative reinforcement. So if we had done punishment, who knows if the inhibition system maybe it would be tuned towards punishment. and whether red or blue would get an advantage in that case.
And just a quick follow-up, would you predict this, or has it been shown in animal models as well?
I have not done that study yet. The rat has a terrible color system, at least the ones that I work with. But we could do other things to like ask that question in rodents. And I mean, I'm fascinated by it and might do that, but I haven't done that yet.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
Thank you for your great speech, and I'm curious about the effects of background colors. So, for example, in the test you did in this presentation, the background color is on the solid black, and the two different colors are red and blue. So, how the result can be changed if the background color is like the white or some kind of patterns? So, yeah, I was interested in that.
Thank you for asking that. What I didn't emphasize is we made the red and the blue equiluminant so that there wouldn't be a differential brightness to the stimuli. And we chose a background in which both of them would be very, very discriminable. And so I imagine that having a different background, let's say a patterned background, would make the discrimination task quite difficult to do, or more difficult to do. And I don't know whether having a more difficult discrimination would make people even more focused on the reward or not. I don't know, but it's an interesting question. But we did try to, as best as possible in our setting, to equate them in terms of luminance and not advantage either one. But what you're asking is really making the task more difficult to do and more difficult to discriminate, and then with that discrimination, either expand the rewards effect or diminish it, and I don't know.
Any other questions?
The question from the Q&A session. Can I thank you for your great talk. Do you think the invisible colors such as infrared may affect the human behavior in a similar manner as visible color?
So does infrared affect our behaviors even though we don't perceive it? It's possible. It definitely affects other animals' behavior because it's something they can perceive. And, you know, Adam, would you have an answer to that?
Yes, I can speak loudly.
Not presume.
First, I want to note that when Eve can answer a question, she invites me to speak. I don't have an answer for this as well, except that would be in the visual system extrasensory perception. So by definition, no, until we find new photoreceptors in the eye that are tuned to infrared. But just like, I don't think we'll find that, but that doesn't mean we don't have receptors in the skin that are sensitive to ultraviolet and infrared. So there are other forms of electromagnetic energy that can influence behavior, but not through the retina, as we know it. Is that a good answer?
It's a great answer. I'm very thankful to have Adam in the audience.
Okay, so now it's time, so let's close this great talk, Dr. DeRosa.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm from a very different field. I'm an economist, and the reason I'm here is like Shikazo-san and we have been working with this grant that we got. So I'm going to talk about two projects that we have been working with. And that's still working in progress. But like I'm going to show like what we have been finding, and hopefully if there's any suggestions, that will be very helpful for us. So let me start with the, no, this one. Okay. So it has long been discussed. So I'm an economist, and with this project, we try to work on emotions. So it has long been discussed that emotions may matter in economic decision making. And obviously, as many of you know, that in the past 40 years, behavior economics has become a field in the mainline economics literature. While behavior economics is now widely accepted in the economics literature or economics field, we see few or almost no papers in economics journals that use functional MRI data to explain economic behavior. There were around 2000. There were many. There was kind of like, I felt like in those days, there was kind of like a, I'll say boom, or like there was a number of papers was coming up, and then there are a bunch of labs, and it felt like something new is coming up. And somehow, I'm not a behavior economist, I'm more like an empirical economist, but like I was curious about what will come out of those, and it seems like neuroeconomics is more like a field for the neuroscientists, and for economists, we were wondering how, I mean, I can search for the papers and so on to find out what is going on, but like in the main economics literature, I feel like not much of those progress were commonly known or having big impact. And I was wondering why. One reason maybe that economists would need a translation. We're not interested in which part of the brain will fire out. There are all these like words I learned after studying this project. But like for us, it's much more useful that like if particular emotion or particular thought process is related to how it's related to decision making, rather than which part of the. I mean, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, people were feeling like which part of the brain fires up and so on, and that's going to be tightly linked to some of the economic decision making. But that doesn't seem like, at least like in the economics literature, what people have been finding. So I was generally feeling that. No frustration, but like that something new was like coming up, but like it doesn't seem like after 20 years that there's not that much impact. I was feeling as an economist. Obviously there are a lot of studies done and so on. And then like I was, we were starting this project, like Shikazo-san approached me and we were talking, and then Shikazo-san was telling me about his what he calls like a cognitive dynamic estimation idea, in which he tried to recover a time course of cognitive process given the fMRI data. So like given these fMRI data, at this point, like which cognitive process is activated at which level and so on. Although I don't know the details exactly how that works. So what we try to do is using that recovered time course of cognitive processes, we try to measure the impact of emotions for economic decision making. So try to go back again to that, try to use this functional MRI data to somehow give us like a kind of mechanism on how some of these economic decision makings are made. And the particular two works we are working on now is, one is repeated prisoner's dilemma, which has been done like a million times, I guess, in the literature. And another one is a default nudge. So let me talk about those two in this talk. Okay. So for the prisoner's dilemma one, as I said, there are so many papers that probably some of you in this room have, or maybe have done some art using the prisoner's dilemma. There are so many papers written, and from the game theory point of view, there are infinite number of subgame perfect equilibrium, and we have only limited understanding on which subgame perfect equilibrium is played. And especially in this study, we are looking at a particular type of prisoner's dilemma game, which is called imperfect monitoring prisoner's dilemma. What is imperfect monitoring? It is a prisoner's dilemma game in which players only receive noisy signal of the opponent's play. So if the opponents cooperate with you, you will not exactly see whether the opponent cooperated with you or not. You only have a noisy signal about it. So if you are cooperating with your opponent, the opponent may be receiving a bad signal, you are not cooperating with them, or it could be the other way. What's the implication? One thing we can say is that the immediate retaliation makes the cooperation hard to be, compared to the case that it's perfect monitoring, even if I get a bad signal, it does not necessarily mean the other guy is not cooperating. It could be that the signal was noisy and the other guy was cooperating, but I just got a negative signal. And why do we care about this game? Because very often in real life, we see a situation where I don't exactly observe the play of the opponent. Think about it. For competing with other firm in the same industry, you try to cooperate in pricing, but sometimes you don't exactly get to see how your opponent is doing the pricing. So that's one of the motivation why this imperfect monitoring prisoner's dilemma has been studied in econ. So in this study, what we do is we conduct an experiment of repeated prisoner's dilemma game with imperfect monitoring, and we propose a new way to recover the strategies played by the subject in each game and implement it. And based on the estimated strategy, we provide an evolution of strategy as the subjects play multiple rounds of games. And we are working on how such evolution of strategy from one game to the next game may be related to emotional response the subject have during their play. That's what we are trying to do in this study. Let me skip this. So experimental setup is the following. So it's a typical, the payoff matrix itself is a very typical prisoner's dilemma game. You can choose to cooperate or not to cooperate. So cooperation is C, no cooperating is D. So if both of you cooperate, both of you get 60. And if you cooperate, but the other opponent did not cooperate, you get 10, and then the other guy gets 70. And then if you cooperate, if you do not cooperate and the other guy cooperate, you get 70, while the other guy gets only 10, and both of you cooperate, you get 20. And with this experiment, what we set as a signal precision is 80%. So if a subject plays C, cooperation, the opponent receives cooperation signal with probability 0.8, and the signal with probability 0.2. So with 20% probability, you get a wrong signal. And subject makes a choice before observing this. So I play, and after I play, I observe the other guy's signal after I play this round. And because we wanted to set infinitely repeated prisoner's dilemma game, we set the stochastic termination for the game, so that the game will be terminated with probability 0.05 in each round. Okay. we set this and we have a random draw for this realization of when the game is going to be terminated. So the realization was that in the first game it's going to last for 24 periods, the second game lasts for 31 periods, the third game lasts for 30 periods, and fourth game lasts for 17 periods. And so we are telling the subject that the game is going to end in each round with probability 5%. And so we are not telling them that this is the length of round, but well, we're going to impose this length of rounds. So telling the subject that it's going to end with probability 0.45, but in fact what we are doing is like play this for like 24 rounds first and 31 rounds next and 30 rounds third and 17 rounds fourth. And subjects are incentivized, they receive sum of total points times 1.25 Japanese yen plus the participation fee of 2,500 yen. So on average they get like a 6,000 to 8,000 yen by participating in this game. And we did this in the fMRI at the National Institute of Physiology, where Chikato-san was at that time. If we just look at the summary statistics, what we saw is the people are cooperated at the overall about 63% of the time, and then they got the good signal about 58% of the time. And this is so I'm going to call this 24 periods as one game, and 31 periods as a second game, and 30 periods a third game, and 17 periods a fourth game. So this is across 4 games. So in the first round, about 70% of the decision was cooperative, and then the second round, somehow only 56% was cooperative, and then the third round was about 63%, and fourth round was 66%. And this is the how they receive the fraction. So this is the fraction of playing C conditional on signals. So about 72% of the cases, if you receive the signal that the opponent was cooperating with you, you play C was about 72%. And conditional on receiving the not bad signal, so the opponent was not cooperating with you, the probability you're going to cooperate is about 50%. And I'm plotting those over the first and second and third and fourth game. So obviously, so the vertical axis is, so this is the game 1, this is game 2, this is game 3, this is game 4. And the vertical axis is the probability that you are playing C, you're cooperating. So obviously, the red is below, the blue is below red, because if you get a negative signal, you are less likely to cooperate. And the fraction remains relatively stable over the game. And the bottom, what we are showing is the fraction of playing C after MN. What I call MN is choosing M in the previous period and receiving signal N. So what I mean here is, for example, CC is that I choose to cooperate in the previous period, and the signal I get is that the opponent was cooperating. And in that case, the probability I choose cooperation is 75%. And next one is I cooperated in the previous period, and then got the signal that the opponent was not cooperating, and conditional on that, the probability I play cooperation is about 55%. And the next one is I didn't cooperate. Why I get the signal that the opponent was cooperating with me. In that case, the probability I choose to cooperate is about 62%. And the D was that I did not cooperate and then got the signal that the opponent is not cooperating, and that's about 47%, which is very understandable. So that's about these about the summary statistics of the experiment. And of that, what we do to analyze this is we consider 6 representative strategies and estimate the mixture probability of them for each subject at each game. Okay. So here, strategy, let me talk a little bit about the definition of strategy. So strategy is not whether you play C or D. Strategy is a mapping from the history to action in each period. So that describes the entire game, how you're going to play. So we consider 6 major strategies following Dabo and Freshet. These are kind of like an influential paper in this field in which they think about a lot of different types of strategies, and they come up with like these 6 as finally the major ones that most people are playing. So one type is, one strategy is like you don't cooperate at all. Throughout, you just don't cooperate. That's one strategy. Another one is always cooperate, regardless of what the other guy does. And the third one is a grim trigger. So start with cooperation and always play not to cooperate if you got a negative signal once. If just one time you get a negative signal, you will never cooperate again. So that's a grim trigger. Tit for tat is start with cooperation and play C after you get the signal C, and play do not cooperate after you get the negative signal. SLS is start with C and play C after cooperation, or DD, do not cooperate. This is like to make the punishment easy to do. Like while we are cooperating, we cooperate, and we punish each other, and then we come back to cooperate. Or if we don't play CC or DD, we play D otherwise. And T2 is a 2-period tit for tat, so play D 2 periods after signal D. So one of the things we are doing in this paper is we propose a way to estimate, try to recover the strategy at each game. The game I call, when I say a game, it's not the one round, it's the 26 rounds or 30 rounds that you play. Okay. So we propose and implement a new way of estimating the mixture for each subject for each game. And the blue line is the point estimates based on the existing method. So basically, the blue one, it will be something like the mean of the distribution of mixture we recovered. So from here, what we can see is that the always C is the most major play. So AC is the always cooperate. Always AD is always do not cooperate. So there's about 10% chance that people are playing that. And always cooperate is about 46%. And then the other strategy, like a tit for tat is another major one, like 70% of the player game pair is playing that. And so on. And because we recovered these strategy, how these subjects are playing, which strategy these subjects are most likely to be playing in each round, not each round, and for each game, what we can say is that how the play will evolve over the game. So in the first game, for example, so this is kind of like a transition matrix. So vertical is how they played in the first game, and horizontal is how they play in the second game. So for example, OD is like meaning that like if the person played OD strategy in the first round, 52% of the case, they gonna play OD again in the second game. And for those who played OD, none of them is going to play OC. And while 48% of them play green trigger strategy in the second round, in the second game, and so on. So this is the kind of transition that we could back up from the method we developed. And the right matrix on the right is the evolution from the second game to the third game. And what we try to do is we try to understand how this evolution of prey is correlated with the emotions that they might have had during the play. We are not there yet, but there are some suggestive evidence that the emotion may matter. So this is this is a time course of the term emotion. So, out of the 32 terms from neuroscience, using the Yasutora method, we regress the fMRI data at each time to these 32 term maps, and then pick up the one corresponding to the emotion. And this is in the seconds, so the 8 seconds to 14 seconds is the timing right after. So they play here and they observe the signal of the opponent, signal from the opponent during the 8 seconds to 8 seconds, and then they're going to make a decision for the next round. And here, blue line is corresponding to the case they received C signal to action D. So you did not cooperate in the previous round, but you get the signal that the other guy had cooperated. So that will make the reaction largest. And the one was the second largest reaction was that is the red one receiving D signal to action C. So you cooperated, but the other one did not cooperate with you. And the green is receiving C signal to action C. So you cooperated, but the other one did also cooperated. And the black one is you did not cooperate, and they got the signal that the other guy didn't cooperate. So it seems like that using this method, somehow emotion seems to matter depending on how what's the signal they receive, and depending on how they played, their reaction to seeing the signal seems to be related somehow to the emotion. This was on top of the emotion. These 32 terms include the word pain, and this is again the same picture with just simply the term is a pain instead of emotion. Here again we see the same in the sense that the blue and the red, which is receiving C signal to action D, so you did not cooperate, but the other one cooperated, which was the most painful. At least the reaction corresponds most to the term pain. And the next one is receiving D signal to action C, and receiving C signal to action C. It seems relatively similar, red and green one. And again, receiving D signal to action D was the least reaction. So you didn't expect the other guy to cooperate. You're not cooperating, then you expect the other guy not to cooperate, which is not corresponding to the term pain. So from here, we're still working on this, so we're not too sure yet, but it seems like somehow there's some suggestive evidence that emotion matters. And the next step is to try to analyze the relationship between the strategy and emotional response. So what we need to do next is recover the magnitude of emotional response of each subject and analyze its relationship with strategy choice for the next game. Because we already kind of know how their how their strategy choice is changing from gave. So we try to explain this using some of the emotional responses emotions that they had during the play. And we realize the change of probability of playing strategy as in game T+1 to the degree of measured emotional response in game T. So that's the one one of the projects we are working on. Another one that we are working on is about default nudge. So nudge is now very widely used as a tool to induce decision making. So Japanese government also has a lot of nudge projects. It's kind of going at the level of a little bit crazy. Like some people come and say try to apply nudge to everything, for very weird stuff like that. However, while the nudge was, many people think nudge is working, but the effectiveness of nudge has been quite unstable. There are a number of papers saying that the effectiveness of nudge is coming from the publication bias and so on. For example, this is coming from De La Vigna and Lino's paper, which is in Econometrica, which is one of the best journal in economics. The one at the top is the size of the effect. This is a histogram, and the size of the effect in the academic journals for the nudge study. And the one at the below is the effect of these nudges for the nudge units. So nudge units, UK, US, and many countries has these nudge units in the government, or sometimes they work with the local governments and so on to try to implement this nudge. And so if you look at this, the distribution looks very, very different. So academic papers in the academic journal has much bigger effects. So the horizontal axis is the percentage points of the treatment effect. And so if you compare these two, the one in the academic journal has a lot of 5% point, 6 percentage points impact, while the ones in the field has almost 1% or very, very small impact. One of the, however, the thing that is working is default nudge. Default nudge is things like this. There is a default that's already chosen, and you just approve it. Or you can choose something else, but there is some default that's already pre-selected. So for example, this is from Amazon's website, in Japanese. This is a default. There you can see if you buy a new book, you can choose to buy a new book or old book or used book, but the default is already chosen, for example. Or these email preferences and so on. So in various ways, this default nudge has been used. And there are different types of nudges, and so providing information or people goes there, and there are a lot of different types and different forms and different types of interaction. And among those, although the effect varies, but default nudge seems to be the one that has always the robustly very powerful, or probably the only one that seems to be working. Here, this one seems like many of these nudges, different types of nudges are effective, but this Mayer et al. Paper tried to remove all of the publication bias and finds out almost no nudge has impact. And this structure which corresponds to the default nudge is probably, if there is any nudge that may have impact, it could be probably the default nudge is the only one that could be effective. This is again coming from the same De La Vigna Lino's paper. This is comparing between the paper published in the academic journals and the actual numbers from the nudge units. And for academic journals, all different types of nudge seems to have a good average ATE's average treatment effect. But like if you look at the nudge units, the one which is has a good impact is probably only the what they call choice design, again, which is a default nudge. So default nudge works much better than the other types of nudges in the field. So what we are doing in this study is we try to understand the mechanism why default nudge works. So it's a relatively simple study. What we do is first, so we try to list up all major potential mechanisms, which is, if we look at the literature, these three are, people are saying are the potential mechanism. One is ease, the other one is endowment, and the third one is endorsement. Ease is simply, default may make decision maker to skip information processing and lowers the cost of making choice. So rather than like with a lot of information to make a decision, just if something is suggested, that makes it easier for you to choose one. Endowment is more like coming from loss aversion. So choosing an option other than the default can make the decision maker to feel losing the endowment. So if there's no default choice, you don't feel like you will not have anything of that sort of effect. But because a default is already chosen, choosing from that, choosing another alternative, moving to another alternative from that default makes you feel like you are losing the endowment. So that's the endowment effect. And the third one is endorsement, which is like a default option can be perceived as some kind of recommendation by someone with authority or knowledge. So what we do in this study is like we investigate the relative importance of these three mechanisms. And for that, like what we do is we conduct online and fMRI experiments in which subjects face binary choice in 5 modalities. And we compare the likelihood of choosing defaults and show that default nudge work mainly through endowment effect. So that's the result we are getting so far. And we are currently working on validating this result by fMRI experiment data. So we did an online experiment with about 1,600 subjects, and that's the result we get. So now we also have done with the fMRI experiment, and we're trying to analyze the data. For the online experiment, what we do is subjects answer 10 binary questions. For the fMRI experiment, they answer like 50 questions. And 10 questions are composed of 2 questions on 5 modalities that are frequently used in the nudge studies. So one is charity donation. We used Doctors Without Borders and UNHCR, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and the environmental friendly action, and health promoting action, and organ donation, and saving. And subjects are asked whether to take an action or not on these questions. The experimental setup is following. There's a control condition in which there is no default choices. So it's like the top one. So you have 1,000 yen whether you donate to Doctors Without Borders. And you can choose from donate or do not donate. So that's the control without any nudge. And one is, then the first one is a baseline condition, which is the 2 selection boxes with the default option checked are displayed. So like the second line. So you have 1,000 Japanese yen, whether you donate to Doctors Without Borders. So it's the same phrase, but the difference is that there's a check already in the donate box. And then the third condition is ease conditions. So questions include redundant information and nudging the subject to skip the information and quickly choose the default option. So I didn't include it here because it's going to be a little bit too messy, but like it will go like you have Japanese yen, 1,000 Japanese yen, will you donate to Doctors Without Borders? By the way, Doctors Without Borders is set up in 1968 or something, and then all these like information that's not that important is written in a sentence. So that's the ease condition, and the endowment condition is it's such that the questions are phrased in a way that the default option has endowment value. So what we did is the following. So you have Japanese yen, 1,000 yen, will you donate to Doctors Without Borders? There are lives you can save by donating at this opportunity. So this is kind of like, this is endowment in the sense that if you choose something else, you are foregoing this opportunity that you can save, the lives you may save with this donation. And the endorsement condition is questions are phrased to ask, make subjects feel that the default option is recommended by someone with authority or knowledge. So what we have is like the same sentence after the whether you donate, but then the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to the organization for its activities. That's the last one. And in each of these, the check box, the check is in the box, and let them. So they can, if they don't want to donate, they can choose do not donate, and we incentivize this. So we give them 1,000 yen if they choose not to donate, and otherwise we would donate that money to these organizations. And the result was following. So this is the baseline. So compared to the control, so the control was 0, and the baseline and is endowment endorsement. And then the band is one standard deviation. So here it seems like for almost all of those modalities, endowment is the one that has the largest impact. And the effect is about 5 to 13 percentage points. So similar to those academic journal numbers. This is just a comparison with the baseline. So baseline nudge. So I'm comparing this second line to the third line and the fourth line. And if we test whether the impact is different between the baseline and ease, or baseline and endowment and baseline and endorsement, well, we correct for the multiple hypothesis testing issue, but then what we find is basically endowment effect for charity and health are the only statistically significantly different from the baseline nudge. So that's what we found so far. So the next steps is we try to analyze how the cognitive processes were different across control and treatment for these different types of for the default nudge, which emphasizes different things like ease, endowment, endorsement, and try to understand why in the endowment part, like what kind of cognitive process is related to the way that the default nudge is working, especially under this endowment condition. Okay, so that's it for my presentation. These are work in progress, so I don't have a conclusion to tell that this is something we are finding. This is how far we have come so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watanabe, for your interesting presentation. Does anyone have questions?
Thank you for your
like lemma and with the neurosync data, what emotion do you think people are experiencing in the non-cooperative, the biggest one, where you didn't cooperate but you got a feedback that somebody else did?
So maybe I answered that question. So here we used the map of activation map associated with the term emotion taken from neurosync. So for now we do not have an exact answer to your question, but we are now analyzing this data with 34 emotional categories provided by Cowan. So next time we
You have that.
My guess is regret. I don't know. So there are like a certain candidates. Like there is a literature called like a psychological game theory, in which they try to like include some of the. So usually gone like it's the consequence, the payoff that matters. But like some of these like regrets and shame or some of these emotions could be relating to their preference. But the way try to model those as part of the utility or the payoff of the players. So, and regret is the one that they discuss about these potential things, but never, so the reason, one of the reasons we are working on this is that this psychological game theory literature, for example, lists these like regret or shame and so on, but they're not like, I haven't seen any paper, at least in that literature, telling like, they theoretically talk about that, but don't exactly show like there's no clear connection to brain itself. So that's like one of the things we try to do. We hope like we could try to somehow, if for example instead of pain or emotion, we have the regret, and the regret is very high for C to D, but not for the others. While I don't know, like. Receiving D signal to action C is like anger or something is very high because I cooperate, but the other guy did not cooperate with me. That could be regret too, but like so somehow like different emotions, we probably can, if some of those things can be, different patterns can be detected out of those.
Lovely talk. Really, I really appreciate the collaboration. So maybe my comment will be about what it's like to have an economist, neuroscientist, and a psychologist all studying the same phenomenon and understanding that our disciplines are really different, even though we're studying the same behaviors. And so I have, as an affective scientist, I believe emotions infuse everything. Like it's the thing to measure. And I've seen in the literature, there's a paper a few years ago by some economists in PNAS that, wow, you can measure emotions reliably. Like it was like a crazy, like we were reading it in our lab, like they're like, you can give people a rating scale and predict how that feeling, how people are going to behave better than some economic models we have. So my question to you is like, are economists humans? Like, do they not have feelings, or do they just ignore? I mean, obviously psychologists think about mental states all the time. And some of we also understand unconscious influences. Neuroscientists are clearly thinking about things that are happening within skulls. So I just wonder, maybe the modeling and the math on visible, observable behaviors across numbers of people maybe get you not to think about individual agents and their feelings. I don't know, like, I'm really curious, because you're like, look, emotions might actually, on the next trial, predict what someone's gonna do. For us, we're like, of course, like, what else would do it? So I'm just curious about your personal and professional perspective on this, but I really appreciate appreciative that you're doing it, and hopefully still holding onto your disciplinary boundaries in some ways, but then, you know, resolving differences, because that's really important we do that. So thank you.
Thank you. I think it's more about like how the discipline originally started and then had been modeling human behavior. So economics has been modeling from like a very like consumer behavior or like a modeling preference in a very axiomatic way, rather than starting from the data, but like a more from I don't know, 100 years ago, we didn't have that much data, and so we try to come up with a rational model of consumption, or what does it mean, rationality, like transitivity and so on, and with which like there's this axiomatic way of representing preference, and with which like all these like assembly theories built on, and then. So until like the behavioral economics started, like people didn't like really believe, or I don't know. People we think like emotion is there, but like many of the decision making is not like something I do immediately. For example, I think about whether to work, like which job to take, or like which fund to invest, and so on. But it's not like I will just instantaneously make some decisions or not. I will probably just assume that like we will think carefully about that, so the behavior would be more like rational in a sense. So I think it's more like how the discipline has been building those models a long time, and then do the empirical work based on that. And there probably it was not clear how emotion could be modeled into those models, I guess. So that's like one of the changes that we see in the past 30, 40 years. Many of these, like behavior economics was the biggest change to the field. However, still, like I feel like it's not that like I said, like 25 years ago, I thought like these fMRI studies will be like I thought like when I was a graduate student, and I thought like all these things were like in the 10 years or 20 years, like the field could be totally rigid, but it didn't happen.
We saw it too. We saw like neuroeconomics have an explosion, so that say at Cornell, the management school in economics, they don't really want to talk to you about the brain. They're like, yeah, that's not, there's nothing we can learn from the brain that's relevant. So like, and that blows my mind. But it is something about the work that's being done that it was more of a fad. That it didn't push the needle for economics. It pushed the needle for neuroscience. Right? And that's basically what I heard you say. It's like it wasn't changing how we thought about, economists thought about economics. We're taking standard things and mapping it onto like, oh, that's what this part of the brain might be doing. And that's of interest to neuroscientists and psychologists more. It's maybe one of the things you're working on is like, well, then what are the kinds of things that can we learn from the brain about economists? Like how would it change how economists think about their models? What kind of data do we get from the brain?
Yeah, exactly. So like, for example, like the reason I thought like this project is, I'm very like interested in this project is that like, we need some kind of like really translation, like what is this regret, or like so like part of like this part of the brain and this part of the brain firing up is it's a little bit too far for us. And so we don't know anything about brain. So we need somebody who could, or we need some way that is translated to a language or that we can understand. I guess like that's the main obstacle or the bottleneck that is somehow if there's a way that like a particular type, how the brain is activated or how the brain is working, if that would be translated to a particular emotion or particular, like some of the language that we could use or we could understand. I think that is the part difficult because I think it's which brain part is what is you need to invest a lot on those. You need to read a lot and then to understand those and what it means. I don't know. It just sounds like we are just easy, but
makes a lot of sense. I'll allow other people to ask questions, but that itself will be a challenge, right? Dr. Chikazoni knows like this. People say yes, we have with 5% accuracy, we know this is probably fear we're discussed, and that's what we publish as significant. And for you to use that level of uncertainty, it's that's the disappointment. How to work that out is we. So if that's the great hope, unfortunately, I think there are other ways. It'll be interesting to think about it more than it just being an emotion detector. Something with model-based fMRI that tells you about strategy, sort of things. So I've thought that's something that's really more exciting. I'm really glad you're doing this. It's a challenge. The work needs to be done. So I'm really glad you're doing it with enthusiasm. And also I see you as a really open-minded. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm very excited. So hopefully, things going to go.
Thank you very much. I'm Daichi Mochihashi from the Institute of Statistical Mathematics from Japan. So I'm the final presenter with this symposium. So our language chain targeted emotional analysis of literary arts, especially Japanese short songs. So in this project we conducted two main types of research. One is the fMRI analysis when the subject reading Japanese short song, as known as tanka. The second is a non-brain, only statistical analysis of contemporary tanka evaluations by college tanka club students. I think that a lot of it is not related to brain, but might be really interesting for your audience. So, what is tanka? The tanka is not in English Japanese short song. So, the tanka is a Japanese short poem lasting over 1,000 years. So this is the example of the tanka, Japanese short song, actually used in our experiment. I think these tankas are my favorite, and I think this tanka is really good. So these tankas consist of total 31 syllables. And actually, so tanka is there are some kind of contemporary tanka that later becomes popular among young generation, maybe also in this University of Tokyo. And actually, so the first half of the song becomes haiku in history. This is the historical. So you might wonder why not using haiku in this project, because haiku is more famous than tanka in the world. Actually, haiku is derived from the first kind of tanka. So it is very short. Only 5, 7, and 5 syllables, but total 17 syllables. This is the example of the haiku. Actually, I think these three haikus are really good, and especially good, better than other masobasho tanka. This is my favorite. But we do not choose to use haiku in our experiments because haiku heavily depends on symbolic knowledge, including kigo, meaning seasonal words. So that is not ideal for emotional analysis. For example, in the first haiku, akai tsubaki, shiroi tsubaki, toshiri keremi includes the name of tsubaki, that means death. And the third haiku includes the hoshizukio, that is related to the dream. This is a really symbolic and linguistic knowledge. Without such kind of symbolic and deep knowledge, readers cannot understand the full depths of emotional depths of each haiku. So, but with using tanka, there is no such difficulty. So the first part of our analysis is fMRI analysis during reading tanka. So please allow me some disgrace because I'm the only presenter who have not studied abroad in my study. Yeah. So this actually the title is Investigation of Information Processing Mechanisms in the Human Brain during reading tanka poetry. That is conducted by Watanabe University in our team. And as you know, there are recent integration of neuroscience and deep learning, especially so the advances of non-invasive brain imaging and the development of machine learning techniques. It is my own field. My own field is natural language processing. So, we would like to analyze the quantitative understanding of values for tanka, reading tanka. So in this study, our research objective is how are emotions induced by literary art represented by the human brain. So for this purpose, we use large language model. Many of you might already know to analyze brain activity during reading tanka poetry. So we skip for this tanka. So this is the setting of fMRI experiment. And there are 32 subjects, young adults, and there are 300 sentences, 100 sentences from basic Japanese corpus. Half of them are tanka, and half of them are not tanka. Okay, there are half of the sentences are tanka, and half of the sentences are just plain text, but on the same number of syllables. So when this setting might be the same as the Chikazoi-san presented the first day of the talk of this symposium. And each subject reads and evaluated each sentence whether or not when they feel poetic during the fMRI settings. So this analysis actually consists of 5 steps. So first, just guide in the overview of the these 5 steps. The first input sentence is the language model extract the activation. Each step of this analysis will be explained later in this talk. So the second one is constructing an encoding model or regional regression to predict neural responses. And third, extract and predict brain activities based on the stimuli. Answer is poetic and non-poetic. And fourth, apply RSA to create an RDM representational dissimilarity matrix that represents connectivity between each brain region for tanka or not tanka. Okay. So finally, we apply the page rank algorithm to find hub region in the brain network in the tanka case and non-tanka just plain text case. Okay. So in the first part of the experiment, we implemented it to language model and extract the activations. So for this purpose, we use GPT-2. This is a bit older language model. This is a trained model. So we conducted multi-step fine-tuning on tanka poetry's fine-tuning, and we input sentences to extract activation from each layer in the transformer. We would like to note that there are training data and test data. We do not use the test data when training. Okay, we only train in the training part of our data and testing in the test part of our data. Okay. So when the model is trained, we constructed an encoding model of range regression to predict neural responses. That is, the regression model from the layers of transformer of large language model into fMRI activations. Okay, and many of you might already know there are some delay from the time of the input and the fMRI observation. So this is the hemodynamic response. So we combine sentences from features from 3 to 9 TRs prior to the observation, and making this as an input to regression, like this one. So this is a regression time, and we combine the previous seven time periods into regression, because there is some time delay in the fMRI experiments. So, we extract predicted brain activities based on stimuli, answered poetic and non-poetic. So, for this, and actually there are some participant selection and bio selection or labeling, but this is a bit technical. Yeah, and after that, we apply RSA. So, you might already know the RSA is a representation similarity analysis. So we observe the transition to brain pattern predicted by each layer of the large language model. So large language model is a transformer that has different hidden layers. We constructed a prediction model from each hidden layer to the brain activation. Okay. So for the step one, construct a layer-wide ROI RNDM by using brain activity. For example, so this is this layer and this layer, okay? And step two, the constructed a layer-wise RDM by computing the pair-wise dissimilarity of ROI RDMs. So this is in essence the connection or correlation between the brain regions predicted by large language models. So interestingly, there are similarity of brain activity by layers. So and these are quite different from non-poetic and poetic text. You know, so these numbers 1 and 24 were the number of layers in transformers. So you can easily know that the responses from each transformers some kind of continuous from the deep layer to shallow layer to deep layers, and they are clearly separated for poetic text and non-poetic text that has the same number of syllables. Okay. So finally, we apply page-rank algorithm. So because we want to find a representative brain region that is responsible for poetic understanding of the sentence. So for this purpose, we apply the page-rank algorithm that measures the importance of each brain region by considering the entire brain as a web network and each brain region as a web page. So constructing this transition matrix and taking the first eigenvector, we can compute the importance of each brain region from that matrix obtained by previous set of steps. Okay, so this is the result of visualization in the difference of page-rank values. So page-rank scores when feeling poetic, so means that and page-rank scores when feeling not poetic. So you can see there are some difference of poetic and non-poetic. Okay. So region of interest, the color red is more important when feeling poetic. So there are some clear brain regions that are responsible for feeling poetic when we read tanka. Okay. So specifically, so there are some regions with higher hardness or importance when feeling poetics. So I'm not the brain expert. my own field of research is natural language processing. So, but you know better. But some cingulate cortex or insular cortex is proved to be responsible for emotional understanding of tanka sentences and compared to plain sentences. Okay. And then another area that is called occipital lobe. Yeah, that is a region containing the primary visual cortex and considered to be the central area for visual perception. And actually the value increases as shifting to higher layers. So higher layers means more abstract understanding of the language provided by the transformer. Okay. So. Yes, as a conclusion, so in this first part of our project, we aimed at elucidate to brain information processing about poetic emotion compared to non-poetic text by large language models and brain responses. Okay? So we found that the cingulate cortex, the left insular and occipital lobe play a crucial role when feeling poetics. Actually, so there is further investigation is necessary to fully understand these results using other methods like such analysis. Yeah, this is the first part of our research. Yeah, the second part of the research is statistical analysis titled by multi-dimensional item response theory for evaluating tanka. That is conducted by Hirono Kawashima from Keio University and me at ISM. Yeah, the previous research just compared the set of tanka poetry and the set of plain text. Okay, but actually even within the tanka text there is good tanka and bad tanka. Okay, so for this example, so the first two tanka I think they're really good. I believe, yeah. I think the two tankas are extremely good tanka, but the second, third, and the fourth tanka is just boring. Yeah. I think there is a great difference in quality, for the quality of the tanka. But no quantitatively where this difference lies. Okay, this is our goal for statistical investigation of this problem. Where does this distinction comes from? So for evaluating tanka, we collected 40 members from the University Tanka Club in the west area of Japan and east area of Japan. Actually, so Kyodai Tanka and Waseda Tanka, and actually including the members of the University of Tokyo. Waseda Tanka is not only for the Waseda University, but there are many members from the University of Tokyo. Yeah, so they evaluated the same set of 100 tanka. Yeah, this is an example of matrix. So this is a tanka S1 and S2 and SI, and each there is some evaluator. Evaluator U1 evaluates tanka S1 as a quality 3 out of 7, and tanka S2 evaluates 1 out of 7 like this one. Okay, so there is actually this is a 1 and 7 scale. 1 is the worst and 7 is the best. And there are actually two criteria we prepared. There is a good and bad, and like and dislike. This is different because there are some tanka that evaluator might be generally good, but personally do not like it. Okay, so we prepared two types of evaluations. The problem is how to analyze this data from the statistical analysis. Okay, so this is actual data, excerpt of the actual data with respect to good and bad. We only use this matrix and do not use the text itself. Yeah. So these 100 set of tankas are the same as fMRI experiments of previous research. So some of you might already know the item response theory on psychometrics, but this is a very kindly, gentle introduction to item response theory. So item response theory is very easy. So IRT in psychometrics assumes that there are latent abilities, theta, that follows an standard normal distribution for each person. For example, so there is a standard normal distribution, and this person A has high ability of 1.7, and the person C has ability 0.8, and this person B minus 0.7 3. This person B has very low ability minus 2.0. Okay. So according to this ability, so there are some curve for the probability of answering correctly for a specific problem. The difficulty of the problem is denoted by the B parameters. That is, probability of answering correctly becomes 0.5, like this one. So this problem is a bit easier, okay? But if the CDER or ability becomes large, the probability of answering correctly to this problem becomes larger and larger. And this curve is described as a logistic curve, like this one. This is a logistic function. So usually IoT is used for analyzing binary response data for the tests in the general case. For example, so there are some 20 problems. There are some participants A and B and C and D, and Mr. A answered correctly for problem 1 and 2 and 3, but failed to answer correctly for problem 4 or something like that. So for each 0-1 observation, there is a probability of answering correctly based on the ability of this Mr. B. There is some C there. So, and the difficulty of each problem, that is the difficulty parameter B. Okay. So based on difficulty parameter and the ability for the evaluate participants. So for example, so this problem might be difficult, okay, this problem might be difficult, but ability of Mr. B is lower, so giving the zero, meaning that he does not succeed to predict correctly for this problem. Yeah, but in our case, our data is not binary. So this is our actual data. So this is not binary data from the scale of 1 to 7. For this purpose, there are two kinds of models in psychometrics. The graded response model and the generalized partial credit model. Incidentally, two models are from Japanese researchers, but they are widely known as a standard model for graded response analysis. So this graded response model is actually a bit easier. So because the logistic curve just discriminates between the 0 and 1. So the graded response model measures the probability of answering larger than some threshold. For example, so this curve is the probability of evaluating larger than 4, or the second curve is probability of evaluating larger than 3 or something like that. So therefore, the probability of answering exactly 3 from this curve is probability of answering larger than 4 minus probability of answering larger than 3. Okay. So and each of these probability is represented by a sigmoid curve or logistic regression. So subtracting these neighboring curves, we get this kind of item response curves for the gray zone theta. So you can easily see that the ability or goodness of theta becomes large. We generally get a high score like this one 5, and if theta is very small, we get a smaller score of 1 or 2. But these thresholds are different from each evaluator, and the ability of each evaluator is of course different from each participant. So this curve is different from each person and problem. So in mathematical form, given the latent ability theta the probability of answering the grade C is a subtraction of logistic regression from this logistic regression. Okay, so and this is the case that CEDAR or latent ability is just one-dimensional. However, you can notice that this part is a combination term of A and theta. This is the linear model. So it is easy to introduce a multi-dimensional extension where the A just means the slope of this logistic regression curve. The slope of this logistic regression curve is actually A, and theta is multi-dimensional. For this, in this case, the k-dimensional. Then A is a weight for this theta. Okay. So if the theta is the ability, A is the weight for evaluating that ability. So our case of tanka evaluation. So this is our final formulation. So each tanka has some latent ability. For this case, the fourth tanka, Garandolumia Hiete, blah blah blah, has latent ability theta 4. And there evaluator F that has vector of evaluations, that is some kind of evaluating axis of latent space, and taking the dot product of this weights and latent goodness or abilities, this score is generated. Okay, six is a very good score. Okay, as a statistical model, each tanka has latent goodness, and each evaluator has latent axis of evaluation. This is vector, and actually each evaluator has latent threshold for grade C. So, and in the mathematical form, we want to maximize the log probability, logarithm of the probability of data given latent parameters. If the theta is one-dimensional, we just must maximize this quantity. This is the likelihood, where the sigma x is the sigmoid function. And so, if the theta is two-dimensional, as we introduce later, the number of parameters is that 2 times 100 problems, and 2 times 40 evaluators, and 6 times, because the scale is 1 from 7, there are 6 thresholds for discriminating the scores. 6 and 4 evaluators. The total is 520 parameters. So this is a bit difficult to optimize. So we solve this optimization via standard Markov chain Monte Carlo running long. So this is the result. This is the experiment. So tanka evaluation, there are 4,000 evaluations for two types, good and bad, and like and dislike. Okay. So as an evaluator statistics, Kyoto University Tanka Club members are 20, and Waseda Tanka Club are 60. So age is 18 to 29, and there are more female than male. This is a result of one-dimensional theta. This plot is a correlation between good and bad. Good and bad is axis 1. Good, this is bad. This is good. This is a dislike, and this is a like. This plot some correlation between good and bad, and like and dislike. Okay, but that's not completely aligned, because therefore there are some tanka or Japanese short song that is considered very good, but not so much like. Okay, okay. Generally this tanka is very good quality, but I do not like this tanka so much. Okay, because the evaluators usually young. They're quite difficult and complicated tankas, and usually generally considered to be categorized in this type. And there are another type of tanka, like this one and like this one, that is not so good in quality, but I like these ones. Yeah. For example, in this case, this one is, that's 明け方に翡翠の音。This cross-current songs are some kind of gothic and complicated and has really young atmosphere that is favored by young students. Okay. This result is derived from our item response analysis from the tanka evaluations. So this is a response curve of each evaluator. So each evaluator has different response curves for the quality. So you can consider the theta or the first axis is the quality of each tanka. Okay, so this is the first evaluator, this is the second evaluator, this is the third evaluator. You can easily see that each evaluator has quite different responses for the quality of each of the tanka. Okay, there are actually different thresholds and different sensitivity for each evaluator. So this is almost the final result. So this is a result of two-dimensional theta. So in this two-dimensional theta, there are evident relationship between the latent quality of theta and the like and dislike. So actually we set up the prior distribution of theta to be good for this x-axis. So x-axis is designed to represent a good tanka and a bad tanka. However, the y-axis is not designed at all. However, so from only the evaluation data, high y-axis tanka are really classic type of tanka. But the lower y-axis tanka is a contemporary type of tanka that is automatically derived from statistical analysis. This is the data from the case of like and dislike. So, but in the case of good and bad, generally the tendency is the same. The first axis is the good and bad, and the second axis is the classical contemporary. But you can notice that some interesting phenomena in this analysis because this some kind of exceptional tanka. This is a very good tanka and a very contemporary tanka. Includes some kind of sensory expressions in Japanese called onomatope that only from the evaluations. So we do not using text at all, but these tankas mostly contain sensory expressions. Sayonara, hotomu, or talk like this one. Yeah. So I think this is an interesting finding for our research. So I noticed that the y-axis is a classic and contemporary. So and this is actually each arrow is the evaluation axis of each evaluator. Okay, each student. So each student has this evaluation axis in our model. This is a result of our analysis. So, and each evaluator belongs to the Kyoto University Tanka Club or Waseda University Tanka Club. So there might be some differences. Actually there is. So this is a distribution of the circular distribution represented by von Mises-Fischer distribution for Kyoto University Tanka Club, and this is Waseda University Tanka Club. So you can see some clear differences. That means that Kyoto University Tanka Club members generally prefer classic tanka, whereas the Waseda University in Tokyo prefers contemporary tanka. That matches very well with our intuition. But there are very small differences is male members and female members. So with respect to tanka evaluations, the male and female does not make any differences. Yes, this is the conclusion of the second part of our research. So as a future work, we do not use the text of tanka we use only evaluations. So we are seeking collaborators in natural language processing because the students in this research cannot continue this research because he will obtain his PhD in different type of research in her laboratory. Yeah. So another ongoing theme is that collaborating with Asahi newspaper company, the largest newspaper company in Japan, in the media laboratory, and we are analyzing Asahikadan, meaning the weekly tanka selection, so which has a very long history and very much data of very good tanka that is posted by the readers of Asahi newspapers. That is, I think this is a very interesting project, and we would like to report some interesting results when the analysis is finished. Yeah, that's all.
I have a question about the statistics. So in your IRT analysis, so you can employ cross-validation to test the performance, kind of performance of the prediction. Like you can leave out 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10. And then you can calculate the correlation between the predicted and actual response.
Yes, that's a very good point. In the first part of this presentation, we actually conducted the training data and the test data, but in this case, we did not use any test data. So this might be overfit to the data.
In that sense, so this is the result of fitting rather than prediction. So, I suppose in the good and bad axis, so fitting will be better, I guess. So, so good and bad axis can be more kind of arbitrary. I mean, so good and so like and dislike axis will be more arbitrary. I mean, so good and bad. So that precedence will have a very strict criteria for good and bad decision.
But like you said, not perfectly correlated with it. Do not perfectly correlated with good and bad. You mean?
So you showed correlation between good and
this is a correlation.
And so I think so good and bad decision can be more robust, more static, stable, where like and dislike can be more unstable, I think. So I mean, so good and bad decision can be, so good and bad criteria can be shared across parties. But like and dislike.
More personal. So your suggestion is to improve this analysis?
So for example, so you can calculate, so you can employ cross-validation. And maybe the prediction performance will be better in good and bad.
Exactly. I agree with you in that point. So we will do that after it is available for research.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your great talk. I'm very interested in the two-dimensional theta, and I have a question about that. So in that case, the theta has two dimensions, and the first is the latent goodness, and the second is the classic, the contemporary axis. And so I couldn't make sense about how to calculate the second dimension of theta. So the first latent goodness is related to the result of the questionnaire. So I know how to, I know that is can optimize by using MC and C. So, but how did you calculate the second dimension?
That is a very natural and good question. So this two dimension is derived from mathematically to just skip mathematically here's a multi-dimensional theta from A dot theta. Okay, so this is a dot product of multi-dimensional theta and multi-dimensional weighting. Okay, so this means that there are no clear in other words, we rotate the problem space in this way. The result is the same. Okay, there are no intrinsic dimension of between in this latent dimension. So I just skipped it. So when analyzing, I use some kind of prior distribution for theta evaluation. Actually, specifically, I use the prior distribution for this A. This is a evaluation axis that has a higher prior probability from 1 to 0.01. This arrow is will be higher prior probability. So that gives the general tendency of good and bad. But this is x-axis. But the median of the y-axis is completely free. So this is just derived from analysis. Can you understand this one?
Thank you.
Yeah.
For your presentation, Dr. Chikazoe I was commenting on the same plot that I would also want to look at. So there must be something that the psychologists, neuroscientists are really interested in.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a really important distinction that's often lost in emotional affective research, is that when you ask people about their feelings about things, they often default to norms or understanding. So there's some work on this idea of emotions as categories or knowledge, right? It's the first dimension of semantic space, of whether something's good or bad. But that doesn't mean you necessarily feel you like it or dislike it. So I really appreciate your instincts about this. It took emotion researchers like hundreds of years to get there. So, but if you can look at that, if you can bring that plot back up, so because I think this is important for the conversation we're going to have with the panel. So if you can show that like dislike versus good bad plot, could you bring that back up on the screen?
Oh, this like this.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. So that we're both kind of interested in what's going on here. Is that one? I'd like to ask how much of this is potentially noise in terms of like not reproducible. If we did good-bad distinctions twice, would we also show this kind of dispersion, or is it really a dispersion between good-bad versus like and dislike? And the other question that I think is related to maybe what we can get at, related to Dr. Chikazoe's model, is there's a lot of agreement along the bad, right? Ever like, if you think it's bad, other people are going to think it's bad. Like, you are not finding enjoyment in it. And that does not deviate whether, right, like you're not going to find something that you think other people think is really a very bad form of, and that you really enjoy it. But look at where it starts to spread. So one thing that could be statistical uncertainty around 0 could be people think it's both good and bad, or neutral. But more than that, there's a positive shift. And that's the part like,
yes.
so that's the part I really think I'd like to highlight is there's a lot of differentiation around the positive end. Much more certainty around the bad end. And I'm just going to bring this back to thinking about the Junichi, Dr. Chikazoi's model of understanding what positive emotions are. There seems to be something really distinct that can be individually variable, potentially, and that I'm reading a lot into this one graph, but I would like you to maybe, can you also give me your impressions about that asymmetry? The variance is clearly different. That's a very important statistical kind of the variance is not equivalent across the range, right? It starts to spread as you go towards good and
Yes. In my personal experience tells me that there are clear evidence of bad tanka. So we can easily know this kind of tanka is very bad. But there are, as you commented, there are many types of goodness. So there are large variability for the larger right part of this figure. So I think this is really helpful, and it might be necessary for our to increase some variability because I'm a Bayesian. It is easier for me to increase some posterior analysis of that. This study. Yes. Thank you for that interesting talk. I think that you use a large language model to model personal behaviors and localize the brain regions. Did you look at the attention weight of the tanka word and large language model? I think it would explain a few differences that you found in your results. The two talks tanka club between males and females. That's a really good question. I do not participate the first part of the talk, so I do not know actually, but I think we do not investigate the attention weight of the transformer for the first part of the talk. But at least, as you pointed out, this information is really helpful for analyzing further the first part of the talk. Thank you very much.
I'd like to start the panel discussion. So, panelists are Dr. Shizu from Kansai University and Dr. Anderson from Cornell, and me and Dr. DeRosa from Cornell, and Dr. Dan Lee from Araya. So, first of all, there is a long history of discussion about what model can capture the emotion appropriately. And there are two directions. So one direction is using basic emotion proposed by Ekman, and the other line is two-dimensional model, and a very famous one is valence and arousal model. And so recently, regarding the basic emotion model, so there is a big update. So Dr. Alan Cowan proposed there are 34 or 27 emotion categories. They revealed, they found so many emotion categories based on free response from the huge population dataset. And so regarding two-dimensional model, previously, so Adam and Asaf, Dr. Asaf Kron proposed using positivity rating and negativity rating may capture the emotional states appropriately. First,
I would like to ask about it, ask Dr. Anderson about it. So, do you think, so what do you think about the difference between valence and arousal model and positivity and negativity model?
So that itself is a big debate, and I say debate in a way that I don't appreciate how academics can debate things for a really long time that really don't have a lot of impact. So that is, if you get a number of emotion scientists together, they will get very angry with each other, taking team sides. Rather than engage, I know your question is about what's my perspective on that debate. I would rather say we need more approaches. So even in different ways of conceptualizing the space in which emotions exist. I mean, as someone who doesn't study this as an individual, to think that humans don't really know how to characterize feelings yet is kind of surprising. Like, it's so intimate to us and we feel like we know what we feel, but the scientific study of it, scientists are still disagreeing what the fundamental axes are of that. So if we can, instead of like settling on what the right answer is, just to know that there have been popular models and they've been debating for a really long time, and there's a need to think about other models. The other thing the last thing I would say about this is one of the sources of confusion is that when we use the word emotion, we're all talking potentially about different things. Sometimes we're talking about feelings. Sometimes we're talking about actions. Sometimes we could talk about physiology. We could talk about how things influence our facial musculature, our expressions, our body language, how it shapes memory. There might be different emotional models for these different things, even though we might class it under a word. And so that's one of the reasons why it's challenging, is it's likely there's not a single model that is consistent across these different domains. Emotion research knows that. So emotion researchers know in our different systems of measurement, they don't align, they're different models, they don't align, which is one of the fundamental challenges. So as you talk about proposing a new model, one of the things I want to know is like, well, is it a model of expression, communication? Is it a model of feeling? Is it like, that will be one of the things I want to hear about, is like to be very intentional about what you're trying to explain. So that's my way of saying, not answering your question, saying like it would be useful to move on from the valence arousal model and to try some other things. And yeah, that's my recommendation. So that's why I'm excited about the topic.
So I'd like to go beyond the 2D model of arousal and valence as I talked yesterday. So I think, all the genes, functions, and all the creatures are optimized to solve the two different problems, that is survival and reproduction. And our evaluation system automatically evaluate the external object based on those two axes. And yeah, so the survival, so the value in the survival space and value in the reproduction space can capture our emotion more appropriately, I think. So, what do you think about it, Eve?
One of the things that I like about what you're proposing is it seems to really tie into metabolic resources. and the autonomic system. And the autonomic system, for those of you who are thinking about this, is the autonomic system is what allows our brain and our body to communicate with each other. And a lot of emotions researchers are very interested in the vagus nerve that takes signal from the brain and sort of communicates with all your organs and throughout the body, but also the other way around as well, taking information from the gut, from the heart, back up to the brain. And so it seems to me that the sympathetic and parasympathetic systems might be a big part of the conversation.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. So, so the interception will be the window connecting our emotional response and our cognition. So we interpret our state based on the interception, and so it's like the distinction between system 1 and system 2. So so system 1 automatically evaluate and the objects and automatically respond somehow, and system 2 will interpret it afterward. So so I think in at the system 1 level, reproduction and survival will be clearly discriminated. But at the system 2 level, so interception, at the level of interception, so we cannot clearly discriminate that our physiological response. So which source caused our physiological responses? So what do you think about it, Dan?
Yeah, it's a really complex topic. So maybe I can open by saying that I like to think of myself as an emotion researcher, but I don't think I would trust any psychologist who says they know what an emotion is. Really, they're really big and complex things. Like when I first started, or when I had the idea that this was something I could study, I thought emotions was affect. Basically, I had sort of confused or confounded the two, because what I really cared about was the feelings, is the qualia, those representations. And I think the two-dimensional valence and arousal model is just trying to map that qualia as best as possible. And you could I think about that as maybe like a reaction to the complexity of what emotions are when you try to incorporate behaviors and motivations or approach and avoidance, all those things. Like, there's so many variables there. Let's just try to deal with the affect, right? And even that's really challenging. And so I think the perspective you're bringing is trying to tie it with something more concrete than just subjective qualia. And I think that's really interesting and also new, which, as you guys are suggesting, new perspectives are, I think, very welcome. And another, just a comment that I would add, one of the ways, so like, you know, while I was in grad school, I'm trying to not just learn about emotions, but like what researchers are doing or have been doing. Like the Ekman basic emotions model, the way I've sort of interpreted it is like they're sort of riding the crest of the behaviorist movement, trying to legitimize psychology, trying to tie it down to like concrete evidence, which are like facial expressions are really salient signals. They're just sort of picking at really low-hanging fruit. And that's been productive. But I think if you have any deep discussions about what emotions are, I think I would say that expressions themselves don't make emotions or the most important part of emotions, which to me is affect. So like I think it's important to distinguish sort of past models, whether it's just behavior or whether it's affect. What you're trying to talk about, what you're trying to get at. Meanwhile, trying to make sense of all of this space and trying to put forward more effective or more predictive models of how we behave and experience. I don't know if that helps, but that's sort of how I think about it.
So maybe since Dr. Chikazoe is asking questions, we're gonna now move towards asking Dr. Chikazoe a question. Like, so following what Dan's saying, also thinking about unpacking some things that have been that we've been exposed to. So we had a discussion about constructivism versus essentialism. What Dr. Lee was mentioning is affect. You know, what is the difference between affect and emotions? It took me, I'm a researcher, and this is kind of nomenclature, it's kind of weird. We don't know what, you know, researchers use that in a particular way. Affect are really the feeling components. We describe what emotions can be a lot of different things, but in particular linguistic, they're categories. Constructivism has really been applied to those categories, that how we carve up the world into these different distinct categories, we disagree about that. There was the book was featured by Dr. Feldman Barrett, who's I would even say a rabid constructionist. Like, she really hates people who are not constructionists. I've experienced that directly. I've debated her on this topic. She doesn't apply, and this is, I'm looping it back to the questions we had used, she does not apply constructionism to affect. That affect is universal. Doesn't matter where we are in the world, that our feeling space has the same axes. You know, Jakarta, Nebraska, Tokyo, pre-literate cultures. So that's an interesting thing to think, that there is a fundamental aspect of our feeling. So the question is, if the model is the model you're proposing closer to affect, that it's the feelings we have that are best thought about in the context of reproduction and survival. And if not, does it then, what are the constructionists going to say? Right? Is this something that is going to be highly culturally dependent, which is not a bad thing. That is a huge part of what emotions are. So I want to make clear that's not an insult, that's just understanding which part of this is going to be culturally determined and around meaning versus, and I know the answer for this is you're leading into biological systems that are not different. They're common across species, like how we reproduce. It's like, it's not that's different where you are in the world. So can you kind of are you talking about feelings in that model? And how does constructionism going to apply to this model? Are you going to be able to avoid that debate, or are you going to engage with it in some way?
Yeah, so contradiction. So construction.
Constructionism is very
constructionism. Yeah, constructionism is strongly related to our model, and the extreme view of constructionism is so we just have few patterns of
sensations, and it can be interpreted in various ways in the various contexts. So in that sense, so Dr. Alan Cowan's newly proposed 34 emotion categories are interesting, but in a sense, it's like the issue of classification. So depending on the culture, yeah, it can be 100 or 200. Like some people some people see more than 20 colors in rainbow. So yeah, I'm really interested in the biological source, biological fundamental things underlying our feelings, underlying our emotions. So, Dr. Ishizu, so I think reproduction is the prototype. So if we see, so you are the neuro aesthetic experts, and so if we look for the prototype of beauty or aesthetics in a rodent or in insects, so it will, I think, so it will be related to reproduction. So yeah, so it evolves from reproduction. Aesthetics will derive from reproduction. So, and yeah, so in that sense, you will be interested in the interaction between reproduction and survival in aesthetics.
Thanks. I think that question is somehow linked to the question raised yesterday, and whether the aesthetic experience, the insect and animals can experience the aesthetics value like humans. We are talking about the two-dimensional explanation of emotion using arousal, valence and arousal. But in neuroaesthetics, in that sense, if we use two values, we use the hedonia, hedonic value, and also another is eudaimonia. So hedonia is a super famous term, so which means the pleasure or the seeking pleasure of individual. But eudaimonia is a concept and philosophical concept which raised by Aristotle in Nicomachean Aesthetics and Aesthetics, Nicomachean Aesthetics, which means the finding a meaning of life and participating in the society and group and do something someone else. Okay, so sometimes hedonia and you. So in Nicomachean Aesthetics, we have to seek both values, hedonia and eudaimonia, and so that we can achieve the real happiness. But sometimes hedonic value, we have to give up hedonic value to achieve eudaimonic behavior. With one great example is a self-sacrificing behavior. You have to commit, you might accept the negative feeling or damage to do something to someone else. So in this sense, so we use the x-axis as a hedonia, so negative to positive. So it can be translated into the axis of valence. I find it very similar to a similarity between hedonic value axis and valence axis. But I had been having a hard time to how we implement eudaimonic value axis into that two-dimensional arousal and valence dimensional map. So this is not answer, but I always have a question to have to be answered. So what do you think?
So if we look for that axis, so what kind of biological construct supported? What do you think? So
right. So there are. So I've been studying the function of medial orbital frontal cortex. And that's part of the brain circuit for reward. But there is another brain region, nucleus accumbens, NACC, which is also important region where we get the reward, sense of reward. Then in neuroaesthetics research field, the beauty which more strongly tied to hedonic value is maybe represented in a medial orbital frontal cortex activation pattern, whereas the eudaimonic value, for example, when you see, when you experience the beauty out of looking at morally good behavior, then the medial orbital frontal cortex is more active. But when you feel more hedonic beauty, for example, when you look at the beautiful or attractive faces and bodies, there is a dominant activity within nucleus accumbens, NACC. So we think that it may be able to distinguish the hedonic value-based beauty to eudaimonic value-based beauty by looking at the activity within orbital frontal cortex and nucleus accumbens.
Okay, I have a question about the similarity or so what is shared between animals and humans. So Eve is the researcher who is working on humans as well as rodents. So I'd like to ask you about so what kind of do you think the emotion models should be shared across species?
I think so, especially when they're framed in terms of survival and reproduction. So, as someone who does cross-species work with humans and rats, the reason why I can do experiments and measure cognition between the two species is one, we have homologous systems, so the orbital frontal cortex and nucleus accumbens and all the same structures that we've all been sharing in the symposium are in animals in a very comparable system. There's a concept of hedonics also with animals. That sometimes they'll make choices that seem counterintuitive because it's preferable to them, even though sometimes biologically maybe not as smart. So I do think having the biological framework makes it easier to go across species in that way.
I actually totally agree. I think it's my opinion, but we can share the hedonic value based on the homeostatic reaction to the things and events, and that value can be shared with other species.
I mean, even nematodes, tiny little worms, have approach avoidance systems, right? It's things that they approach and avoid might be different than us. And maybe the question I was thinking, that bringing it back to aesthetics, is attraction as beauty, right, is clearly related to reproduction. The extrapolation of that to understanding why we appreciate art or design, so I think that's kind of the challenge going from a model that is, if I'm trying to Junichi's model, Dr. Chigazo's model might be able to understand why the OFC responds to attractive faces or bodies, and that could relate to reproduction. But why does it respond to art in ways that actually, some provocative art that could have feces, and the idea, it's an idea that challenges our worldview, and we appreciate that idea. So there's the leap from biology, which is you've clearly, and this, I think this is good to highlight, it's like you're saying, I'm interested in biology, that's my orientation, but then meaning systems, you're pointing to you as a perfect example of the research you do is that where beauty becomes more than attractiveness, it becomes about meaning systems. So there's a way to talk about beauty as attraction in the OFC versus beauty as, that gets closer to eudaimonia, where it's about goodness, and that can be challenging social orders or things like that. There are things from neuroaesthetics that can tell us about that.
Actually, in neuroaesthetics, we have found the same brain system. Medial prefrontal cortex can be stimulated with not only the appreciation of attractive bodies, faces, but also the same brain region, exactly same region can be stimulated by when we're looking at the moralic behavior. So beauty of artworks, beauty in music, beauty in truth, and beauty in goodness, probably in the brain may process those values as very similar value. I forgot. I had something in my mind.
That can be the hedonic component, right? I think that's the challenge. It's like maybe that's getting there. It's like when you point to the OFC, you're not sure if that's pleasure, the pleasure component of beauty, right? So you could be looking at something that objectively should be aversive, but the idea is beautiful.
So when we see, so you take the artworks as an example. Sometimes we or art historian find the strong beauty out of biologically ugly things, right? So that's most likely happens when you're appreciating artworks. So I think in that case, as you said, art historian can find the meaning and then they can separate the aesthetic value from the biological requirement. And in neuroaesthetic, we can't still working how we can model to separate such biological needs and homeostatic requirements to the aesthetic or higher cognitive values.
I know I should pass the mic, but this is going to be a disgusting example. And reproduction is disgusting. Like that we convince ourselves that exchanging bodily fluids, that's disgusting, right? Like that it becomes attractive. Like this is what we do with intimacy, right? It's overriding something where it could be disease. They're disease vectors, right? Like the idea of kissing. Look, why do people kiss? This is a very kind of Darwinian question. It's like there are natural things that happen in the world. We want to know, like, well, that's weird. Why do you do that? It's like it is an example of like making a bond, like you're approaching something that's threatening, right? It's like swap, bodily fluids. So there is something where you could see there's attraction that we've accepted that has to overcome something that would be an aversion. And so maybe there is something at a higher order level of like reproduction that has to overcome some defenses we have about intimacy or things that actually would be considered, whether taboo or, and so maybe the two of you can kind of chat at that idea that the behaviors of reproduction in human cultures, we have often prescribed them as being taboo or indeed are disgusting based on other reasons related to these disease vectors, but we have to convince ourselves to pass on our genes. We have to find them attractive. So much of our time is spent trying to get intimate with people. It's ironic, given that it's supposed to be disgusting behaviors.
But we have below 0.9 birth rate in Tokyo region. That's a big problem. But I think I can't give the direct answer to that point right now. But in neuroaesthetics, we are discussing about why we have beauty, the sense of beauty. There are at least two reasons or function of the experience of beauty. One is beauty can be used as a decisional factor when you have to decide which one is good, which one is better, especially when it's coming to the mating selection and selecting the good and safe place or good foods. But we think that there is another function, important function for humanities, which is the reinforcer. I think, so this is not direct answer, but when thinking about the self-sacrificing behavior, that's not good for an individual, because he or she might die. So that's at the individual animal speaking, that's not the best way to do. But we do that, we humans do it. Then we think that's because the reason we can do such behavior because there is strong experience of beauty. And we think that the sense of beauty may reinforce the actions act which is not good for individual strategy, survival strategy, but because there is a beauty, the experience of beauty of probably some things we can motivate ourselves to that act.
You mean so is that kind of evolution at the cultural level? So that behaviors related to aesthetics may evolve not at the level of individual, so it can be passed from generation to generation in a specific culture. But as you said, we rely on aesthetic evaluation system to judge something good or something bad, and it's like yes, I think it provides a kind of evidence that we're using reproduction system in a sense. So the mating behavior is the prototype of the aesthetic judgment. So males and females creatures have to judge whether that person or that creature might have good genes, potentially good genes or bad genes from the appearance or from the observed behaviors. So maybe we will use a similar evaluation system to judge the aesthetics of the paintings and music. So, what do you think, Adam?
So after hearing your model, there are existing theories out there on positive emotions. So although they're underspecified relative to the appraisal models that try to make us understand why we feel a variety of negative things, we also have a lot more terms for negative things and situations are supposed to create them. I think the dominant model for positive emotions is not, it gets closer to eudaimonics. So whereas we have incentive systems, the idea of the model that I like, we've worked on a little bit, is this broaden and build model that positive emotions are intended for growth. And so this is the link that I want to make between reproduction as a very fundamental biological mechanism for growth that also can relate to, as Eve was mentioning, the autonomic system, or things like even anabolic versus catabolic reactions of tearing down muscle, building it up. But then we go into the idea space of what beauty can be from a eudaimonic perspective. It's like, what's good? Not some, what's pleasurable. And so maybe there is that idea of the link that I'd like to make between the aesthetics and reproduction. Is like reproduction has to do with beauty at the level of attraction. That's a very simple biological thing. And the way that work we do is we think of, in evolutionary biology, we think of something as pre-adaptation and ex-adaptation, where there is an adaptation, like our genes tell us that we should be looking for facial symmetry or things like that indicate things about good genes. But that same system has been co-opted or ex-apted for larger concepts. So growth can be growth of ideas, like to be challenged, like to go to an art museum and to try to see things from a new perspective that challenges your worldview. And that's really important informationally. To be an optimal species is not to overfit the data. So that's another idea of it. Exploration. We can't just exploit what we know about the world. We have to challenge it to be optimal when the world changes. So art is one of those ways in which we can, reading fiction, our imagination, the idea of just trying to cultivate it, imagine some reproduction can somehow be related to these systems for growth that can be much bigger than just passing on genes. So can you see yourselves fitting in, collaborating on that idea, where he's going to talk about reproduction, you want to go to art museums and talk about beauty that's not just about attractiveness of a conspecific for mating, but to think about beautiful ideas. And ultimately relationships do depend upon beauty in the way people think. You might initially go by surface features. So I might just be making this up, but I see a relationship that can move beyond pure biology to thinking about how the OFC might have also been co-opted in a social species to think about eudaimonia and what should we like, what are good things?
I think we need to integrate the arousal and Vela's model and reproduction and survival axis in addition to the eudaimonic and hedonic body. I think that's a very interesting, exciting integration from philosophy to biology.
Yeah, so we can collaborate to develop.
Already collaborating.
Right. Yeah, so that's a very interesting part of this kind of collaboration. So yeah, so supported by GSPS. So yeah, we could collaborate in such a way. And yeah, so for now, so this project is not funded, but yeah, let's keep trying. Yeah, make fun and to collaborate, to keep to promote our collaboration further.
If we can help in any way, let us know.
Yeah. So of course, yeah. So we will, we can collaborate internationally, and yeah, we can apply for human frontiers, or some other big grants. Yeah. So now we are running out of time, so we have to close this session. So I'd like to thank all the audience and speakers for the participation, and we'd like to collaborate with broader field of researchers. So please don't hesitate to contact us, and please give us feedback. Any feedback will be welcome. And so thank you again for your participation. Is that